at the meeting. A mother and her son on the west side, but at the very transitions that will not be impacted with the no on-street parking, and then a commercial business property owner on the west side. Neither one were very hooray, 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 let's do it. None of them were really convinced of the need to do it. The commercial property owner was a little concerned that because of the removal of on-street parking, they may start utilizing his off-street parking for his own personal parking. I don't see that happening. It's unlikely that they're going to want to cross the street, especially Poplar Street. So of the, I think we sent out 18 letters to those property owners. 2 property owners showed up. One really negligibly impacted in the fact that her on-street parking will not be removed. And the other property owner, I'm just here to protect my interests. So as a concession, if we move forward and we move the on-street parking, I would suggest at a minimum we waive the parkway parking fees for those affected property owners if and when they come in to request a parkway permit. And with that, Mayor, Council,
that seems fair. To me, it's important that it get done simply because we can't continue this merging that's going on in the middle of an intersection, and that's what's causing the accidents that we're seeing there. So I don't see where we're looking for direction. Floor, do you know where we're at with this? Or Andrew, are you needing?
No, Mayor, I did promise that I would reach back out to the community and report back to you. So all I need from you guys is a thumbs up to proceed, and we'll make it happen.
Everybody okay on board with that? Okay, there you have it.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's doing the Water Smart Grant application? Okay, Jolene, I'm gonna try to hold off starting the 1 cent until Carter gets here. So let's move on to the Water Smart Grant application if we could.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, you saw the memo. About a week ago, I received a call from someone who watches all the Bureau of Reclamation grants that said, you've got to see this grant. Opened up, looked at it, and I sent an email to Game and Fish and said, do you think we're competitive? And if you think we are, will you assist me in writing this? So what this program looks like is that it would fund study and design 60% for North Casper and Knife River, the last 2 reaches. As you know, we put in a grant just about a month ago for Isaac Walton that we're hopeful we'll get. And this would fund the design for the last 2 reaches and then it looks like BOR, I've not received information back from them yet, but it looks like if we would get this grant, then it would possibly roll into construction where we would be eligible for up to 20 million in construction. And we believe that those 2 reaches are about a $23 million cost to do. The cost on the match is 35%, both on the construction side and the planning design side. If we at least go for this grant and do get it, we'll have 60% design done and can look for the rest of the money, because obviously at 23 million, that's about a $10 million match that we have to go out and look for to match. But we would have about 3 to 4 years to start looking for the money if we could get the study and design grant. So we're asking for permission to submit this grant.
And we can apply or submit for the grant without having those funds secured?
We have the funds secured for the study design. We have that in the River Fund. We don't have to have the funds for the construction part because we would have to apply, but it rolls in a different way. It doesn't go back out to the competitive, because if you get this, then you have a leg up in getting the next part of it.
Any questions for Jolene?
Sounds fabulous.
Everybody good to go?
Yep.
All right, very easy. Thank you, Jolene.
We didn't buy a lot of time.
Thank you.
Didn't buy a lot.
Should have asked more questions. Actually, we have, yeah.
Kyle, do you have any questions?
Totally thought that was
How much water's in the river right now? Where are you when I need you? Honestly.
We're trying to buy time, Kyle.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We will just, we're just gonna jump in with both feet. So this is our time. In fact, the rest of our meeting will be around the 1 cent applications and allocations. So as you are aware, there are $5.85 million in requests, and we only have $2.25 million of optional 1 cent 17 to fund these community projects. As is also noted, when 1 cent money was asked for and voted on by our voters, there was a clause in there that a certain amount of money would go to our nonprofits, which help the city and the social services that we face. I will tell you, we gave a little over 21 million to streets. So this amounts to a little over 10% of what we did for streets is what we're doing with our nonprofits at 2.25. So I noticed you all did your homework. I want to commend you for that because this was a lot to get through. There were 416 pages that I have in front of me, and you all did a wonderful job. Some of the questions we're going to deal with tonight are, is partial funding appropriate in some instances? And for instance, I'll just throw this out as an example. I think it's the Casper Baseball Club that's looking for $700,000 to re-turf an infield and another field and a practice field or something. So when you're talking turf prices, which are highly competitive and very expensive, I don't know that a partial fund with them is going to do them any good at all. And so if we agree to do any funding for them at all, we will want to get them on the phone. Everyone's been notified to be available for any questions that you may have tonight. We will reach out via telephone and ask those questions. And if we decide when we get into an area where we're going to fund somebody less than what they asked for, we'll have to get them on the horn and find out if that works. Because some folks may be an all or nothing proposition, and then we'll have to rethink where we're at. So I think, without having Carter here, I think the best way to probably broach this is to go one by one down our list, talk about it, and figure out where we're at. And right now, the 1224 Club, those requested funds are for their general operations, Fresh Start, cafe supplies and wages, fundraising, and director salary. They were asking for $200,000. Mr. Gamroth, Ms. Haskins, Mr. Pacheco put $100,000 down on theirs. Amber, Ms. Pollock put $110,000. Jenna was at $70,000, and Michael and Lisa were at $75,000 each. So regardless of how we choose to fund this, nobody put on here to fully fund them. So my question would be for us to come up with a number that works for everybody, and then we'll have to get them on the horn and find out if, in fact, that will help them. Lisa, please.
So I really honestly don't see how anybody can really be fully funded. And so like the baseball, for instance, I know that they are looking at other avenues, hoping that this grant can give them some money if they could get a little bit here, and then from multiple avenues to meet that 700. So honestly, I don't see how like a nonprofit would say, no, we don't want any money if we don't get it all. Like they're going to take whatever we give them.
Well, maybe. That's a question we'll have to ask them, certainly. Amber?
I think for some, I don't think there's only like 3 on here that I think everybody sort of agreed should be fully funded, so I don't know if we want to call every single one of them, but I think some of them maybe lend themselves more readily to partial funding, and I think some of the applications sort of indicated that, particularly the ones that kind of treated it as like they broke it out into individual elements of what they were gonna buy with it. The ones that were more of a lump sum were probably the ones that we will need to call, but some of them seem to me like, oh, we can't do this whole thing, but we can do the blank and the blank, and that we can get that going. So, for this one in particular, they're operational funds, so I think anything is gonna help them with some part of their operation.
Sure.
So I think we're okay. I don't think we'll have to call all of them, but I do think like some of them are apparent that it would help. Some of them, like the one you mentioned, I'm on the same page as you.
Okay, well, let's do this then, if we could. Let's switch gears. Let's weed out the ones that we are not interested in funding, that do not meet our council goals, that do not, I guess, in a sense, deserve municipal tax revenue money. And I know there's some on here. So I will take suggestions and let's weed those out first because we've got 4 million, well, we've got $3.5 million we've got to trim.
Mayor, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
So I noticed some of the projects, it looked to me like they were asking for 4 years worth. Are all the projects funded like in quarter, like over a 4-year period?
In other words, if we give $40,000 to the baseball club, my belief is they get $10,000 a year. Is that correct, Fleur?
Your Honor, yes, that's how we do it.
Thank you. Because that's how we're funded.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I suggest that we start with the baseball field because it's $750,000 right off the top?
Sure.
And I put 0 and Kyle put 500,000, so we're obviously very
Tell me where we're at on the list here.
I think it's like Casper
You are
Crush, yeah. The reason I put 0 is because I think that this is a city-owned property, obviously. And so I think, to me, that large of a capital investment in a city property is sort of outside the scope of this funding pot, and I think needs to be considered within our larger capital projects that the city does. So I didn't put 0 because I think it doesn't need to be done, but 0 because I think we need to consider it outside of this process. I don't think it makes sense for this pot of money. And if we're telling ourselves we have $700,000 for a capital project on city property, like I think we need to look at it in perspective with all of our other capital projects on city property.
I would agree with you, and I can tell you coming into budgets, which we will start doing here forthwith, I can guarantee you that baseball field is nowhere on the list for capital projects that are going to be funded. So,
Since I'm on the rec board, I can speak to that if you'd like.
please.
So they're looking at putting AstroTurf on the side field because Casper is one of the very few areas that have no place to practice. So what's happening is that when they compete against Gillette and Cheyenne or other states, those companies or those towns are able to start practicing a month to 2 months in advance because they have the ability. Whereas Casper, they literally have no ability because literally the baseball season starts and they roll straight into their games. So they don't have the ability to practice. Plus, it's also a tourism thing because they do bring in some dollars for that as well.
Yeah, I understand that, but I still think it's outside the scope. I would like to see us treat this similarly to how we did the second sheet of ice, right? It's nearly to that same level of investment, right? And so if they came, I know that they're fundraising a lot, they're putting a lot of money into the facility as well. To me, this is another opportunity for that type of partnership where it's like, we'll do a third, they'll do 2/3, or we'll do half, they'll do half, whatever it is, which this mechanism doesn't give us the opportunity to make it concrete, the way that, we did with the ice arena. So I don't disagree. I think, obviously, it's needed. I think the application made a good case for that. I just think for something of that scope, when we only have, that's a quarter of the entire fund, to me, it seems like it needs to be its own discussion, similarly where we've got the users coming in, they're making the business case for it, and we're able to figure out what makes sense.
One of the things we absolutely have to keep in mind here is everybody that applied has a need. There's no question about that. This is 1 cent money, and 1 cent money is very specific as to how it has to be allocated. That was put out on flyers for people that voted on it, and I don't believe we can use 1 cent money on a capital project. 1 cent money was never for capital projects, it was for infrastructure. So just keep that in mind when we're making these decisions, that we have to be true to the folks that voted for that, and make sure that money's being used the way it was intended. And this is not an intended use of that money as a capital project, it's just not. So, Kyle.
Thanks. And I agree with the merits of those positions. I wish Zulima was here because I'd be curious to know why it wasn't part of our long-term capital. Is it not baked into our long-term capital expenses at all? And then the other question I would have, maybe Lisa, if you were able to fill me in. I'm curious, cost savings were not addressed in the application, but I'm curious if there's been any discussion about potential cost savings, if any, of moving to
They've been
turf.
fundraising, so they do have some money and they're continuing to fundraise for that. I believe the $700,000 is for the entire field. So, but they've been fundraising for a few years now. So they're doing that. The problem is that the AstroTurf also keeps going up. So that's kind of catching them too.
Let's table this particular discussion. Zalima is on her way. And so then we can ask her those questions, if you please.
Sounds good.
Okay, so is there anything else on the no fund list that, I'm sorry, Ray?
No, it's,
Goodness sakes, you used to do that to Lisa all the time.
I did, now,
And
well,
she
I
was
guess-
on your right. There's Zalima, so we'll get to her next.
for me, I think as we kind of gauge through all of this, and I know we'll ask Zulima here about the crush, and I too didn't put anything down for them because of the same reason that Amber so eloquently put it, because that's kind of how I felt. The other part of it is that when we kind of go through each one of these, I was trying to look at when the nonprofits were coming to us, when we had the, I don't want to call it a blow up, but I'll certainly call it a conversation. Lisa knows what I'm saying.
It was a kerfuffle.
Yeah, a kerfuffle. A miscommunication, let's put it that way, Lisa. Where we were having this, and we certainly wanted to come back to say, okay, how does this align with our council goals? When we were looking at, especially when we were talking at our council goal session, we were talking about how it aligns with mental behavioral health, how it aligns with substance abuse disorders, homelessness, how do those issues address those types of things, and how we look at the whole scope of what each organizations are doing for us. And I think we got to bear that in mind in what they're doing. And so that's kind of how I looked at it. And I also looked at their financial needs, their stronghold of what their capacity, their internal infrastructure, as far as their capacity for funding and how they did things too, as well. So,
Welcome, sir. Well, and also, in this sheet that I have, there is a column that says, can this be funded legally? And there are some that say yes, but poor. And then there are some that say capital, operational.
Mr. Mayor, I can
Please do.
So,
sir.
Mayor, councilors, as I review each of these, there's a couple of ways that the city can fund them legally. One is for the support of the poor, and so that is a specific constitutional provision. And so where it says poor, it's not a reflection on the quality of the project.
Fair enough.
The citation that it's for
That's
the
good to know.
support of the poor.
No.
And I had followed what had been done in years past, so I apologize. And then the others, we're able to put city dollars towards advertising or promoting the resources of the city. And so those that don't say poor, like the crush, I mean, there would be a tie-in to, economic development, bringing in folks from out of town. So it would really be to help advertise the facilities and things within the city of Casper. Obviously, with like the library, it's another governmental entity, so there's no prohibition on funding that. So long and the short of it is I reviewed all of them. I didn't see any legal hurdles to any of them, so it's really a policy decision of
Okay, very good, thank you. Do you mind speaking to council? One of the questions that was raised was the Casper Crush is asking for $700,000 to put some turf in. The specter has been raised that should be in your capital, and we didn't see it in your funding, so I'm assuming it's either low on the priority list for you, or would you mind speaking to it?
Certainly, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilors, thank you. I was actually listening, so I did hear
Oh, good.
the discussion, that's what I do. I could skip a night. So specifically with the Casper Crush request, so that was a relatively new idea that they brought forth at our last reporting meeting that we had for that agency to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. So that was not on our radar when it came time to look at requests for 1 cent number 17. But historically what has happened is that all of our leased facilities come and report to the board, as Counselor Ingebretson had indicated, what their capital needs are. And we try to fit those capital needs within our budget. Unfortunately, though, some rise to the level of safety concerns or other priority, and others, albeit beneficial to the user group and potentially to the community, such as this crush ask, really kind of falls down the priority level because it's not a primary safety concern or a facility that's so deteriorated that we really need to address it immediately. So a lot of these projects kind of fall into that category where they certainly add value to city-owned properties. They certainly could bring benefit to the community as a whole through increased tourism through our user groups, but we could not fit them into our capital agenda because it would have pushed out higher priority items.
Let me ask you this then. In a situation like this where turf is so very expensive and they're trying to turf a field, literally, I don't see where partial funding of this would do them any good. Would it?
Mayor, I think that one thing to consider is that I believe that request is actually for two different practice facilities, if I remember
I think it
correctly.
is. I think it's.
So partial funding could potentially help if they were able to get artificial turf on at least one area that they were looking at. And then I believe it was Counselor Pollack that, mentioned perhaps a split. I think should you agree to fund a portion of it, we could certainly go back to user groups and say the condition is that you fundraise or come up with
Remaining balance.
the remaining balance of the project.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry we disturbed your evening.
No worries.
Carter, where we kind of got started, just to catch you up, is we have so much ask and not enough money. And so what I asked of the council first was let's see if we can eliminate some that we are not going to fund. And I went off of, the sheet where everybody allocated what they felt should be funded to that. So I'm trying to find some of these that just don't fit within our purview, they don't fit within our goals. And if we can eliminate some of them, that's gonna make it a little easier, if you will.
I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and the first one that was mentioned was the Casper Crush, because they were our largest ask of $700,000. We were trying to ascertain how that possibly fits within our goals anyway. But go ahead, Kyle.
Thanks, Bruce. While we got Zulima kind of on the hot seat,
Get her.
giving her a break, I was curious, Zulima, it sounds like this is a relatively new suggestion from Casper Crush, and so you might not have had a time to do any sort of analysis or anything, but I was curious, the two fields, because the city maintains those fields, right? The user groups have to pick up trash, clean up the bathrooms, but we maintain the fields. Do you have any idea what it costs us on an annual basis to do that? And what cost savings, if any, would be the result of converting to turf? I imagine turf is a lot less maintenance, so I'm just curious if you can quantify that for me. Thank you.
Mayor,
Please, yes, please.
Counselor, I would definitely need to go back and do some homework. I would hate to quote you incorrect numbers. It seems like past analysis we have done have indicated that maintenance, at least at Lansing, costs the city somewhere between $25,000 and $30,000 a season for labor, equipment, materials. We have done some very preliminary analysis on maintenance of artificial turf, and really it's fairly inexpensive. The matter is replacing it when it's exceeded its life. So,
Which is 20, 30 years?
Oh, no. No, Natrona just got new turf, and I think it was 6 years old, and it was to the tune of $3 million. So now football players obviously are and soccer teams and everything else are wearing those fields out a lot more than a 3-month or 4-month baseball season. But, and it's a whole different kind of contact too on the turf. So I would assume baseball turf would last longer, but it's certainly not a 20 or 30 year endeavor by any means.
Counselor, we would have to do a little bit more research to give you a good
How
expected life.
would you be comfortable with us not doing anything with this right now, since it is a relatively brand new idea, and you taking this into your fold and figuring out where it fits into your capital, into your recreational budget for next year or the year after or whatever? it seems to me that this is so preliminary, in fact, that that's probably what should happen here. No homework's been done, cost analysis. I mean, I'd hate to just throw money out and say, yeah, go ahead and turf it, and then we find out, well, it can only be turfed during the summer, so they're gonna lose their entire baseball season in order to get this thing done, and, you know, it seems to me it might be a fall project or after the season's done. I don't know. It just seems to me like there's a lot of homework that's gotta be done here before we throw any money at this at all. Would you concur, or what do you think?
Mayor, thank you for that question.
You're welcome.
The next Parks and Rec board is gonna be
You're the one that came from the house.
So, to be fair to the Casper Crush, I think they have done a fair amount of homework to identify their expected cost for the project. So I don't want to discredit the work that they've done.
Certainly.
But certainly I cannot speak to when the construction would need to happen or anything like that. My concern about trying to add it to our 5-year capital plan is it will be one of those projects that is continually bumped for higher priorities. A lot of our facilities have critical needs in terms of just maintaining the infrastructure that we have and getting all of our buildings and facilities up to snuff. And so I would hate to miss out on an opportunity, if this was an appropriate mechanism, to add an amenity like this to the community by trying to pack it into a capital agenda that is already overflowing.
Understood. Here's what I would suggest, and it's certainly up to the council, but we have so much ask, so little money. This, in my opinion, does not align with our council goals as far as mental health, homelessness, all of those things. So I would ask to move on from this, but go ahead, Kyle.
Thanks. I would agree, more so along the line of thinking of Councilor Pollack that this should be built into our capital project. This was allocated for nonprofits, and it would be going to a nonprofit, but it's essentially to improve a city amenity. So for that reason, I'd be okay moving on. But as far as the city council goals, Fleur, you sent us the goals, and I believe they were the goals that were in the 1 cent packet. It is not mental health or homelessness. It was livability, sustainability, and citizen engagement.
Correct, that's correct.
Correct? And so I would just, I'm okay with leaving this on the table for the moment, but that was some of the merits of the application, as I thought, is especially livability, sustainability, especially if there was an ROI there. It sounds like it's not. It sounds like it's more of a luxury item and would cost us more to sustain into the long term. So that's just adding on to the reasons that it's probably not a good time to do it, but I do appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Zulema. Vice Mayor?
So my impression, I know we came up with the coin terms, livability, sustainability, and citizen engagement. To me, the livability and sustainability, and when I say substance abuse disorders and mental behavioral health, is integral to what we were talking about in our council goals and what we had said about that. And so, yeah, we have the buckets that we titled that, but to us, my interpretation of the council goal conversation was how important it was for us to address these issues within our community. That was my interpretation.
Me too.
Of what we talked about it, that this is the most important aspect of it. And so, we can kind of flesh it out a little bit more. And I understand what Kyle's saying, but to me, I remember having those conversations to say, we have the buckets, but under those buckets, that means we're trying to deal with the issues of we were talking about fentanyl use, we were talking about all those things that have plagued our community, suicide prevention, all those things that's going on falls within that. And that was my interpretation. If I'm wrong, you can let me know.
I would agree with you 100%. That's probably why I keep using those words instead of the livability, sustainability, and citizen engagement. Anyway, I guess at some point we've got to keep moving. We've got a lot to get through. So I would ask for a thumbs up on tabling for the time being the Casper Baseball Crush. Okay, very good. So we will set that one to the side, which means it is dead unless somebody brings it back. Let's continue down the list of others that we feel could be left off, and I will throw one out there, and this is, like I said, this is no offense against any particular group. They're all valuable in their own way. However, the BMX park is a city-owned property. If you read through what they said, it doesn't sound like they really care one way or the other. So to me, I would just soon leave it off and let it be handled by the city at some point to continue with that amenity. Go ahead, Amber.
Mark, that one is 0 as well. I think Kyle and I were the only ones who marked anything as a actual 0 in here, but I did for that one and for a slightly different reason than you, Bruce, and only because we've had opportunity to start conversations around parking in that area, those lots as a system that are, still very preliminary, but that area has come to our attention, and so I feel like it might make more sense to just, when the time comes to deal some of those lots, we extend, that attention area to that as well and just get it done in one fell swoop.
Fair enough. Vice Mayor.
100%. And so I did put down some money towards it. The only reason I've been having several conversations with them over the last couple of years about upgrading and doing the stuff and dealing with it. And so I'd be comfortable with that as well to move it towards it. But I think we need to start figuring out how we can, give a little bit more funding towards what that looks like. And I know that's, everybody needs that in the Parks and Rec. But I think we can look at how we can work with them down the road too.
And I'd also be interested in the overall numbers. Let's say the baseball program has, serves 150 kids and the BMX program only serves 21. I mean, that has to go a long way into our decision making as well. Go ahead, Amber.
I think they make a strong case that they've put much of their own money in there, and so I do want to acknowledge that and respect that and honor, their commitment to that area through our behavior. But again, it just feels like I would hate to see a one-off project happen there if we're gonna do other things in that area in the near future. It feels like we should just work that into the larger plan of the area of how we address some of the parking and upgrades to that entire lot.
Everybody okay with tabling that one? Some, please.
With the condition that we revisit it
Yeah.
in short order, because I think Councilor Pollack brings up a good point, that they've injected 130 grand into their lease facilities, so they're very active and
Well, if someone chooses to bring it back, they certainly can.
So is this for the BMX?
Yes, ma'am.
That we're checked, can
Yes, it
I
is.
speak on this?
You may.
So another thing that was mentioned, because it does get really swampy and messy over there and it's hard to access. So that's why I did what I did on the money aspect of it, is because that, and then also it's used for snow melt. So if there's a way we can, if you're gonna table it, redirect that snow melt and put it somewhere different so that it doesn't, at least we're meeting them a little bit, with their needs as far as making it a swampland.
So in other words, when they take the snow off the streets, that's where they dump it? Is that what you're saying?
so.
And so which doesn't, when it melts, you can imagine, it limits their access to
I totally
that.
understand that, and I also understand that we are gonna be losing the 8 acres that we dump on once public health gets built. So the city, in my opinion, is gonna have to look to find new places to dump. So I would assume, Mr. City Manager, that we can also include with what's going on that BMX being moved to a new location wherever that 8 acres is going. That would go a long way to helping them out, I'm sure.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, nobody likes snow dump areas. And the problem is, we are expected to pick it up, when we pile it in the middle of the streets and that kind of thing. And so certainly, we will embrace your direction the minute you give it. But please be aware that we do not have, in fact, we have a declining inventory of places to put snow.
So I'm not suggesting that you move the hole to a different place, maybe just like over, because there is a drainage system that's there that could be utilized for that more, instead of just letting it melt right into their area. You know what I'm saying? Like just same park, just over here.
But I think we just came up with some new land there also, didn't we, in that area?
No.
We did not?
I don't think so.
Am I mistaken? The trade with the,
It's
Nope.
no, maybe not.
no.
Oh, I guess we
No,
have.
sir.
Well,
To that point though.
can we use your front yard for a while, or?
Well, I hadn't even thought about when we've had these previous talks about offloading city property, having a place for snow hasn't even crossed my mind. So, I don't know if we've done like an analysis or something, but I don't want to get into a point where we've offloaded so much city property that we're like, yeah, we have to leave it in the streets because there's nowhere else to put it. So, I would like, I don't know if we have an inventory or a map of all of our snow spots, something like that is, I'm a curious person,
Have that
so I'd be
How much
curious.
does it cost to pave that? What was their
It was
220,000?
Yeah, 240 or something.
Yes,
240.
please.
So about 2 years ago, they approached me, Dustin had approached me from BMX about paving. I think I came to Carter and had that conversation with you about trying to figure out a way to pave it. I think we did something. We put some gravel out there or something. And so they've been talking to, I mean, I've had these conversations with them for the last couple of years. And so, and maybe, I know I'm reiterating it, but I would agree, and I'll be the first one to bring this back up. Because of their local investments that they're putting in there, we're trying to work with them as well. And I've been out there several times to look at the area, and they're a great group of people that really wanted to try to make it work. They do some really good stuff for kids, and they're investing their own dollars in it. So I think we need to have that conversation. So, anyway, sorry.
Fair enough. Is there anything else on here that anybody could see that may not fit within our goals? We've got a lot of athletic type stuff that does a lot on our city property. Legion Post 2, Skeet Club, Soccer Club, Softball Association,
I have several others that I
Boxing
wanted to
club.
zero if you wanna hear about.
Yes, I'd love to hear about them. That's what I'm
I don't
asking
wanna be the
for.
only one.
Well, and I don't either.
Yes, you say it, and then we'll follow along.
They're gonna throw me under the bus as they all climb in it and ride on it.
Very, very helpful, thank you. Thank you all for that. Which one's next?
I'd love to be able to give them all money, as would you.
Same, yeah,
Right,
same,
it's just not
100%.
feasible.
Casper Boxing Club, I said 0 only because it just feels like it's, you know, the impact for the amount of money, to me, wasn't necessarily there. It'll obviously make a big impact for the folks who utilize that service, but it's not like broadly available to the community. So I said 0 there
Provided as well.
as well. That's the one.
Well,
we
let's
agreed on.
hold it right there. Does anybody else have a thought on the Casper Boxing Club?
I would say that, I mean, I said 30,000. I would say they certainly do a good job of working with at-risk youth. But I do agree with Amber. I think the scope is limited to what they do. I know they do some good work, and they reach out some great programming. They do a lot of faith-based programming stuff that they do as well with their programming, but I do agree, so.
So the only reason why I did it is a lot with what Ray was saying. They do take a lot of the kids that would maybe otherwise be doing something not constructive, and they help that. They're wanting to use like a lot of it for a passenger vehicle to be able to get the kids from 2 different competitions and stuff was what I'm understanding, so the youth. So anyways, I like the idea. I think it's a very small group of people, but they're still doing a lot for that group of people. So I just want to be supportive of their mission.
Oh, there it comes.
Sorry, forgive me. Please. Okay, so, do you wanna make your first award? Do we wanna put that one on the side? I need direction.
Well, it sounds like there's not consensus to not fund it, so maybe we put it aside and continue to go through that list and come back to it.
Okay,
Put a pin in it.
stick a fork in it.
I didn't give a couple money.
Oh, by all means.
Yeah.
I'll do one too.
Thank you all.
Lisa?
So I guess I kind of struggled with the Hope House and the Iris Clubhouse. For a couple different reasons. One of the main ones is because we're getting the money from the opioids so we can start up an addiction clinic and things of that nature. And then these are just small little areas that are kind of just doing their own little niche thing, but they're not really, I guess I just feel like they're kind of alone versus in a broader spectrum of things. So like looking for food in kitchens, well, we've got Food for Thought, we've got all these other programs. And then
Duplication.
it's a duplication from what we've already got. And then the Hope House, I know that they're trying to do sober living and stuff like that. So, but we do have some other houses that are sober living and that are part of that. So I didn't give either one of those any.
Well, since you're on that subject, we are going to be combining our opioid money with the county. And we're gonna have the direction of the public health as well, I believe. And there will be an RFQ that goes out to these places in order for them to help provide services with that opioid money. And so I think you're right. I think this is the wrong place to ask for that. I think that needs to go probably to the other committee once it's formed. Thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I think there will be a number of agencies that we'll be able to partner with as it relates to trying to get services out in the community by virtue of the presence of that money. And so these entities may be one of them, depending on how those bids come in and the proposals work out and everything else.
And I can tell you, we've already gotten the second round of that, and so I would assume that committee is going to be formed fairly soon, and that money will be readily available for that. So they won't have to wait long, in other words.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we have a draft RFP coming to you all on the 24th, if I remember.
Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Please.
Councilors, yes, I do have a draft RFP or RFQ from Christy Oster that I'm looking at. As far as the second tranche of money, so we haven't actually, I don't believe, received those funds at this point, but that is in the works. One of the challenges that we've had is to ascertain exactly how much money we're going to get and when. So that's a little bit of a moving target yet, but yes, that is moving forward. We should have something in front of council to at least consider in terms of an RFP in short order.
And just so you know, the county has agreed to match us, so I know we already have over $250,000 in that fund. Because I believe we received 130 something and they agreed to match us, so 400,000, thank you. So, well, that's even more than I thought, so that's better. So we will have that money available for these type of programs. Once the RFQ comes out, they'll be able to apply for those. Vice Mayor.
So I am adamantly supportive of both Hope House and Iris Clubhouse because I think sober living is a critical component of what we're trying to do also for sustainability within our community and life of what we're trying to do. So Hope House does that. They do a great job of sober living and transitional. So they do a step down program that helps residents be able to get to where they need to be. And they have 6 or 7. It's a small group, but they come through the program. Iris Clubhouse deals specifically with mental and behavioral health issues and help with any of those needs with people and support. I know they do a food program, a culinary arts program that they do. And so I'm very much supportive. They're not asking for a ton of money on this one, and so I'm very supportive of it.
Ray, can I ask what are your thoughts about? Is this a duplication of services that are available elsewhere, or what's your thought?
Well, I don't know of any other, I don't know too many other sober living housing, transitional housing. For men in Casper. As a matter of fact, we're in need of women transitional housing for sober living, and we don't have that. I know Hope House has talked to the trust about wanting to do that, but there is no other sober living for anybody in Casper for men. And there's nothing. What's that?
Monty's House. And then
yeah.
the OR organization has them.
This is the OR organization.
I think this is it's Vicky Orr
Oh, okay.
that runs it. Yeah.
Well, the total ask for the two, Iris and Hope, is around 107,000. 41,000 for the Hope House, 41,100, and Iris is asking for 65,873.03. So do we want to make a request to fund all, part, or none, since we're on them now? Sir?
Thanks, Bruce. I would agree with a lot of the comments Ray made. I don't think there is much capacity. There might be one other, but as far as like transitional housing for men, it almost doesn't exist. So that was part of the reason I was okay with this. And then my only issue though with the Hope House, I love the application, I love the purpose. There was no financial data in the application, which was an issue for me. I can't see anything about their budget. If I can go back to the application, but I think they left almost all of that totally blank. So it was just hard for me to get an idea. Yeah, I mean, these P&Ls and stuff just don't exist. So that was a mark against that application in my mind, which sucks because I think it's otherwise a good application for a good purpose. And then, yeah, the Iris Clubhouse, it's for people with SPMI, severe and persistent mental illness. And if you know Dan Odell, he's a pastor in town, amazing guy, very compassionate, community oriented. So he's got a really good program over there.
He's not the director there anymore.
Well, on your line of thinking, I'll be 100% honest with you. The incomplete applications, I didn't even bother with them. I thought if you can't fill out the application in full and give us the information we're asking for, that it didn't deserve my consideration, so those ones got left out for me. So I need a recommendation, or we can table this one as well, but here's the problem. We keep tabling them, we're gonna be here at 10 o'clock tonight, and we're gonna have to run right back through everything again. So at some point, decisions need to be made. What we were looking for were ones we did not want to fund right now, but this one has grabbed a hook. We haven't funded anything yet, so if there's a recommendation, I would certainly entertain it.
I'll make the recommendation that I think we fund these two with the stipulation of Hope House getting their P&L and the rest of their data.
Fund them fully, fund them 50%.
They asked for, what, 40,000?
One of them asked for 41,100 and the other one asked for 65,873.03. That was Iris.
I put down 50,000 for Iris only because looking at some of their cost breakdown for their commercial kitchen equipment, I feel like they could do better on some of that stuff. So I feel like $50,000 could probably get the job done.
Agreed.
Well, and that would be damn near 50,000 out of what, 65? That's a pretty good chunk.
And then Hope House, I recommended the full thing. They had a pretty specific, while they didn't have their previous financial information, they did have a pretty specific sort of like how this cash would be used. And so to me, it was clear to me. So I just said the whole thing, but that's.
I say that, then I make the recommendation, we fund Hope House 40 and Iris Clubhouse 40.
I did 20, I think I did I just did half for Hope House.
Well, the recommendation is for 40 and 40.
I'll support that.
That's very close to what I had.
It's close to what I had.
All right, that'll be our first fund, Fleur. We'll do 40,000 on Hope House and we'll do 40,000 on Iris. 40 each, 40,000 each. So that is our first 80,000 we've given out of 2.25. We are on a roll. So
Say no to, Lisa.
if we may, I would like to go backwards and go back
It's the most
to
progress we've made.
possibly finding any non-fundable items on this list before we move forward. Mr. Pacheco.
I said no on the Skeet Club. I don't know if we've gotten to that point yet.
We're at the point of which ones do we want to say no to?
Right, is that what I said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I said no to Skeet Club. I just didn't. Skeet, the Casper Skeet Club. I know it's a small amount, but I just said no, I didn't think it fell within our scope, so.
I did the same because we've already baked in $50,000 for a parking lot
Oh,
there. and
God,
the
that's right.
Other from 1 cent already, so.
That's right, and this is for a coated gate into the facility.
Yeah, and again, it wasn't a lot. I originally had it funded, but when I was trying to get more specific, I
Yeah.
just thought we had already allocated some amount for an improvement there, so.
Is everyone okay with moving that one out?
Zulema has.
I'm sorry, go
Is
ahead.
it gonna help them open up and operate?
Excuse me?
For the Skeet Club, is it gonna help
It's
them
just a
open
gate,
and
I think, to
open?
control who
Is
gets
that
to
what they
come in.
need to start operating?
They're already
Or they are?
They're already operating, yeah.
It's to allow people in after hours.
Can I ask a question?
Right.
Yes.
We were putting in a grant, and I think it may have been Liz, where is she? She's not here. We were a grant to get shooting range kind of competitions and stuff. Is this the area that we were talking about? Because that's what I was thinking, that this was the exact area that we were applying for that grant for.
It's facilities.
Sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Counselor, we're actually talking about two separate facilities. The one that you're thinking of is being submitted for ARPA dollars, and we have not heard
That's Stuckenoff landfill.
about that.
This is Casper Ski Club up by the event center.
Stuckenoff versus Skeet, exactly.
Okay, so there's a request on the table to put them off to the side.
Given new
This
information.
is gate into the
Lost it all
Stuckenoff.
over Asbury.
I beg your pardon? What did you say?
Well, given the clarification on information, my reasoning for not funding them isn't valid anymore, so I could be convinced, yeah.
Well, for me, a $15,000, so they can have an operational gate to get in and out of their place, I don't know that that's really falls within our livability, sustainability, or community engagement, to be 100% honest.
They're meeting us halfway on that, cause the gate itself is 30,000, and I think it's a way, adds to livability in my mind, that people have a place to go and do their ski
And I did appreciate they came to the table with half of it.
with half, yeah, that's.
It's entirely up to you folks, what you'd like to do. I just need a proposal.
I'll change my vote then.
What is the proposal? Go ahead, Kyle.
I'd be curious to hear Zulima's thoughts real quick on the
Do you
matter.
mind? I'm sure glad you came from the house tonight.
Where's Zulima?
Mayor, Counselor, you know, we always try to encourage and appreciate when our user groups are willing to bring some money to the table. So I do think that is a valid consideration to make. You know, it's really difficult for me to try to articulate to you which asks I think have more merit than others. I don't feel great about trying to do that. You know, all of these user groups, you know, satisfy a niche in our community that may otherwise not be filled.
Does that gate charge fees to come in and use the property?
Mayor, to the best of my knowledge, it does not.
My understanding, Charlie Shop, I think, is the chair. Yeah, he's not on this board of directors. Oh, yeah, he's the name and title. So he caught me after Rotary yesterday and gave me some context. So it's $25 for a membership at the Casper Ski Club. And this gate would allow people to go up there. They have a set kind of amount of hours that they're open. This gate would allow people to access the facility whenever they'd like. It also, they have an issue up there. You know, you shoot clay pigeons and those cost money. And so this would allow them to monitor which members are using how many pigeons and be able to recover costs and keep things kind of straight and narrow in that regard. So it's like an accessibility thing up there, and then also helps them to help control costs. But I think to use the facility, it's just, Charlie said it was, I think $25 for an individual or $30 for a family for the year, and that gives you access to the facility.
So putting a gate in would create a certain amount of sustainability for what they're doing.
I believe that was Charlie's perspective.
Okay, well, I would take a suggestion from anyone.
I suggest we fund it 15,000, and it's gonna keep people keep them shooting skeet instead of maybe stop signs.
That sold me. That was it. That's what pushed me over the edge.
$1,500 a piece
right there, right, Andrew?
That passed, so 15,000 for the Casper Ski Club. I am still looking for any of those that we want to put aside. Amber, go ahead.
Casper Legion Post 2, the memorial. Again, I believe that might be able to be taken care of with city crews at a time that we're doing some other sort of improvements in that area. I don't know when that will be or if it's anything on the docket, but yeah, I feel like we just got that built, like let's give it some time to get settled and.
Well, and I am 100% in agreement with you. In fact, that was one of the ones that I had marked off simply because that is City of Casper property. And those infrastructure things will be taken care of when the time is right. Like you said, it's a brand new facility and so, I don't know, is everybody okay with putting that one off? Sir?
I am okay with putting that one off.
Okay, do I have thumbs up from everyone?
There you go.
Very good. That one is a goner. Go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say, I like the idea of, sorry, were you saying something, Lisa? I like the idea of waiting till maybe the next time we have to do work on Collins Street. Maybe it's something we can lump in and kind of do more economically. I did not care, I really like Dean, who I think put this application together. I was not a fan of the application mentioned, you know, if we leave it a dirt parking lot, this would reflect really poorly on the city or something like that. That to me stuck out, and I didn't care for that because I felt like if that was this agency's position, we should have had this conversation back when we were talking about giving up the land for the memorial. So I just didn't care for that. But I would be okay with, if we're doing future work, we can explore it in the future.
While we're on the sports scene, Zulima, how important is it to the tune of almost $86,000, the netting system at the North Casper ball fields? Because my daughter plays there and I'm out there all the time and I don't see any issues with the nets. So unless I'm missing something.
Mayor, councilors, as I understand it, the intent of the netting is to protect the little soccer players that play on the adjacent field from being hit by home run balls. And so it has been a problem in the past. Paul Zawada, our athletic supervisor, reports that he does know it does occur and it poses a safety risk to
Significant.
the players on the adjacent soccer fields. That again is one of those projects where it's been a request for a couple of years, but it never rises to the level within our own capital agenda to replace other critical needs within Parks and Recreation, so.
And there are softball games going on at the same time there are soccer games?
Yes, sir. Both have very limited seasons.
It is city property, yeah. So that's something we probably ought to be looking at, because if a softball comes flying 300 feet in the air and hits a little child in the head that's out there just playing soccer, that's a huge problem. Go ahead, Amber.
Zulima, Ray might be asking you this question offline, so I'll bring it out into the open. I suggested we fund it $50,000, but the ask is $85,000. You can't buy half a net. So where would there be other money available? Where would it come from? Does that group have the capacity to help match some of this? What are your thoughts on that?
Mayor and Councilor, I think that if you were generous enough to give some funding between parks, miscellaneous park improvement funds, and the user group, we could likely come up with the difference.
Okay, great, thank you.
So would everybody be okay giving a partial ask of $50,000 to the Casper Soccer Club for the netting?
So I put
Good
down.
to go? Okay, Fleur, if you would kindly mark that down. And I'm gonna move right on to the Casper Softball Association that wants to replace infield material on one of our city-owned ball fields to the tune of $49,000. Yes, ma'am,
I had a question on this one.
please.
They kind of gave an either or scenario. Either they want to replace the material or they would like the city to do a bi-weekly turnover, which I don't know what that is. Do we have a projected expense? Like what would it cost us to do that bi-weekly turnover?
Zulima,
Mayor, Councilor, I don't.
what, do you even know what they mean by a bi-weekly turnover?
It says infield machine services.
And we do have an infield machine, and we use it to field grade, to do grading and leveling of the fields. I do know that the 13th and Sycamore facility was left unused for quite a long time. It was a little dilapidated, and it definitely needs some improvement, and women's fast pitch softball is growing in popularity, so.
That's where they play?
That is where they play.
That's the one across from Three Crowns down by the fairgrounds?
I believe I suggested I wanted an answer to that question. So maybe we don't know at this point which one would be more cost effective.
Mr. Mayor, if
Sure.
I may, the bi-weekly service that they're talking about is getting out there and turning over the infield. Sounds like twice a week. Unless it means every other week. I get the two terms mixed up, but it sounds like twice a week to me during the regular season. And so I would suggest that is a pretty expensive maintenance commitment to make on the part of the city, and probably them as well, for them as well. So that to me sounds like a fairly intensive maintenance commitment.
I think I'm trying to find the.
They don't do that at Crossroads Ballpark where there are games played every single night. They have a sand mixture on that infield and they simply drag it at the start of a tournament, and then again the next day you play on that all day long, and then they drag it again before the next day's. So to me, it would probably just need some material upgrade on that infield, and I would assume it's probably gonna fix their problem. At least temporarily.
Mayor, councilors, I believe that's what they're asking for though with the new mix. So over time, the mix on the athletic fields deteriorate to the point where they don't drain water adequately, they don't hold together the way they're supposed to support player safety. And so, again, that is a field that I think has not had a lot of treatment in recent past. And so, sort of equate it to infield material that was just replaced in the North Casper softball fields. That type of work does need to happen periodically to maintain the integrity of the infield.
Does the city have a stockpile of sand or anything like $50,000 to do an infield seems atrocious to me.
They're also,
there's
raising the height of the fence.
Lights and fencing
It's a lot
and
of other-
dugouts and.
They want 25 for the material for the infield, so the other 24
Was
is
for
for
the lights
fencing and
and
lights.
Well, I'll take a suggestion from anyone. Yes, Jenna?
Can I just say in here too, it says that in order, I mean, it's a 3-foot high fence right now that they have, so they can't do regulation play. So it's currently, that park was built for a little league fence, but now other people are using it for softball, so they can't do regulation play without that, so it inhibits them
And
from
regulation
actually
play is
using
what
it.
brings tournaments to town and people, sir.
Carter, will you remind me, and maybe you remember too, Zulima, I remember when we were approached a few years back about that field, and they were like, city has you never have to worry about this field. We're gonna take care of it, we're gonna maintain it for you, you're not gonna have to put any money into it if you let us use it. And I remember the council at the time were like, we're all on board. You know, this is a great deal. And so I just kind of feel like now we're at this point now where we're having to do funding for it and taking care of it and.
Is this the same
maintaining-
group?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, if it was, I thought it was the Cobras or somebody came to us and asked us about the field and started to maintain that field to take care of it and said they would make it look great and all this other stuff. If I remember correctly, if you remember that either, I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, the vice mayor is correct. And it's not uncommon really for these kinds of requests to come forward, particularly when the city can't keep up with the upgrades that they're looking for as it relates to larger goals that they have in mind. And they probably do have larger goals with respect to tournament play and being an appealing place for the decision makers to select our site and those kinds of things. Infield material is particularly for softball really critical because, as you know, there's no turf in softball fields on the infield side, and so they're pretty reliant on infield material being a certain quality and dependability and so on. And I don't doubt what they're saying about the fencing either. I'm sure it is inadequate.
But they're also meeting us partway too, like they're doing they're enhancing their bullpens, the rest of the bottom line of that sentence, I just lost it here.
Their dugouts.
Their dugouts and everything else is the softball league association is replacing some of that, so I'm thinking they want it to aesthetically look.
I'd be happy to take a suggestion.
I suggest that we fund them $49,000. Is that what you're saying?
Not what I was gonna say, but okay.
What are you going to
I was going to say at least the fencing and the lighting. I'm real iffy about the infield material, but the other part of it, I feel like, again, it's right against one of our paths, and if somebody gets hit with a fast pitch ball, we're gonna be sad.
Randy, does it,
14U
does
is
it
more
break it out?
what they're looking at, that would get hit.
I have a recommendation for full funding. I have a recommendation for lights and fence. Sir,
I have initially, I said I didn't put anything down on it, but I'd be willing to compromise. I don't think I would go the full amount. But, you know, I think Amber, you put 15. I would be happy, and I see some people put 25, 40, 50. I would just be happy with 30. That would be my suggestion. I'd start there.
well, one of the problems, if we decide to fund them 30, we need to put some caveats with it, that it's going to the fence and the lights, and any extra can go to their infield, because if we don't do that, and they fix their infield, and somebody gets hit because a ball flies out of a 3-foot fence and hits somebody, and we say, wait a minute, we gave you funding for that, so I guess I would want to say, we could fund it 30,000 if everybody's okay with that. However, the fencing and the lighting are addressed first. Sir?
I mean, splitting hairs maybe, but if you look at the requested budget detail, they're looking at $24,000 to do everything but the infield, so I would think 25 would cover it, but
Well, if they're only looking for 24, I would think 24 would cover it.
you'd think so.
So,
Built in a contingency for him, because I know,
no, aren't you generous? So, it's been said 25,000 and with the caveat that it must be used for the fence and the lighting. Everybody's okay with that? All right, Fleur? Is there a way to let them know that that's, okay, very good. All right, so instead of, we're gonna switch gears because instead of picking.
I think we're doing it.
Well, we are doing good, but I think the best thing to do is just start at the top and start working our way down. Instead of trying to pick some that are gonna get funded. We don't wanna fund these and then we end up giving them money. So let's just start at the top and let's just work our way down. And if we get to some that somebody doesn't think deserve funding, then we'll talk about that at that time. Yeah, we can make that case at that time. So we're gonna start with the 1224 Club. And the reason I'm going from the top down, by the way, is simply because everything's in order in your packet. It'll be a lot easier to follow. If you have any questions or need any reference material, it's right in front of you in order. Fair enough? Okay. All right, so 1224 Club, substance abuse, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight off. They're a big fan, 1224 Club. They do amazing work. Their executive director is fantastic. The work that they do, the reach and the scope that they do for the community is fantastic. So I'm huge supporter of it.
They did fill out a very informed.
It's very good.
Application, if you will, which I appreciate, by the way. So, suggestions. It looks to me like, let me get there, here we go. It looks to me like everybody, Mr. Bond, Lisa, we're at 75,000. Jenna was at 70. Kyle and Brandy were at 100. So was Ray, and Amber was at 110. So we're in that 175 range.
Fleur, don't we have a column that averages all of them?
90.
Yes, 90.
That one was averaged at 70s.
90.
Huh?
That's without your number in there too.
Yeah, Bruce, we're gonna need you to put it
Oh
on
yeah, I
there.
think you got to put
70.
zeros maybe.
That averages as a 0.
We're, my grant amount says 70.
This is an updated
Might have
one.
been before I put my number in.
Oh, well. Huh.
You have the printed version?
Yours doesn't work anymore?
Yeah.
Ma'am?
Your Honor, counselors, so originally you would have the average with all 9 of you. And so it was originally set up to divide it by 9 people, but since there were only 7 people who put numbers in, I changed it to just do 7. And so 90 is
Okay.
the average.
And just to be fair with you guys, Mr. Cathy's in Egypt, so his numbers aren't reflected on there, and neither is mine. I did mine on a dry sheet. I didn't want them to be in this because I'm running the meeting and I wanted this to have be more input than anything else. Sir,
So they asked for 200,000.
they did ask for 200. The recommendation is 90.
I'd make it's a $10,000 difference. I would make the recommendation to go with 100,000 with the average. But that would be my recommendation.
I have a recommendation to fund 50% at $100,000 for the 1224 Club. All in favor? Okay, there you have it. Fleur, 100K on them. Now we will go to the ARC of Natrona County. I will hear argument. And or discussion.
I'll throw some stuff out there.
Please do.
So the reason I didn't give them, it looks like I gave them a partial ask. And the reason being is it seemed like it was essentially to cover outings for the population they serve, which, again, you can definitely make a strong argument, it's good for mental health and everything like that, but we have a lot of no-cost options for outings. We got a lot of families in town that can't afford to take themselves out for outings, and so I just, with this being strictly for outings, I just felt like it was a nice compromise to give them some, to at least make sure they get their demographic out there, but, you know, not, you know, paying for movies 3 times a week kind of
Can
thing.
you show me the recommendation? 35. So they ask for 60. The average is about 35, I guess, and staying with kind of where we're at right now, it seems to me that 50% would be $30,000 if this council is so inclined. No? That's okay, please speak.
I think it's right in line with what they're requesting. Let me say this before as we keep going, we're not gonna be able to fund everybody their full amounts. I mean, I think if we're gonna get to where we're gonna need to, it's just the reality of the fact. And so I think if we get close to trying to fund, 50, 60, 70% of what they're asking for, I think that's a good shot.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but, these are those hard decisions that we have to make, and after watching the governor and the SLIB board do it, these are hard decisions that have to be made. I am personally of the opinion that they should not be funded. This is to take their people out and go on a field trip or whatever it is. There's other ways to do that. There's more cost-effective ways. We have greater needs in this packet than taking those people out, those adults out for a field trip. That's my personal opinion. I would recommend zero funding for them. We do have to have some of those. And this, if you really read this is kind of one of those that does not fit in with our goals. There is no livability, sustainability, or citizen engagement really on a field trip for adult people. That's my opinion. There's a lot of free things to do. You can take them out and go walk our walking paths within our city for absolutely no dollars. So there's a lot of other things that could be done here, in my opinion. I don't believe they should be funded. That's my opinion. So I would love to hear anyone else's.
I guess I get the impression that the money was more towards salary for somebody to facilitate everything with that.
It's half and half, basically.
Yeah.
There's a coordinator and then there's the cost of the activities themselves.
But they have their coordinator anyway. They have a coordinator that works for them, and I'm quite sure is probably salaried. That's a guess on my part. But I would guess the coordinator of our kid is a salaried position. So it is not?
Nope, I don't know.
Oh, you're saying no funding?
It's full-time, 30,000 a year.
Well, let's just do this. We have a recommendation for 30,000, we have a recommendation for 0. So I guess I need a thumb on both, and we'll see who wins or what idea wins. So who wants to fund ARC $30,000? Okay, we have one. Who wants to not fund ARC? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like we're not gonna fund them.
What, we have 4, we have 5.
We had 4. Was your thumb up?
Oh, I'm still trying to decide.
Oh. We had 4,
deciding.
but 4 is a majority because he already dropped.
ARC of Natrona County has been a mainstay for working with people with disabilities. They provide a huge asset to this community. And so I hear what the mayor is saying, I get it. But it's been for anybody that has to work with people with disabilities, you show me other places that are doing the same type of work that ARC is doing. And so that's where I'm at.
Sure.
Thank you. Ray's comments are noted. I've worked with the agency. It's a great agency, a lot of great people, and they do good work. When I was doing my analysis of it, I was just trying to decide, number one, whether it aligned with our goals, either the goals that we've outlined, the livability, sustainability, and citizen engagement. I felt like there was a pretty weak argument to make in those goals. And then it sounds like kind of our alternative set of goals is homelessness, substance abuse, suicide prevention. And I feel like the argument's pretty weak over there too. And so that's why I totally recognize the importance of the agency. It's just one of those things that I feel like is probably, you've kind of alluded to, it's better funded through charitable organizations and grant making, and not necessarily, I don't know if it's a place of municipal government, especially at this time when we have so many other pressing needs. I think it's a weak argument to make regardless of which set of goals you're looking at.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, because it's really important to understand that everybody that applied, including ARC, they're important, they're integral to our society, to to what we do in this town. And I agree with that 100%. But we have a set of goals that we must follow, that we set for ourselves. And if you really break it down, this is a really weak argument to try to squeeze into our goal set when it comes to 1 cent funding. And so that's where my decisions come from. It has nothing to do with a like or a dislike of anything. Does it align with our goals? Do we have more pressing things that are more important, because you have to remember, there's $5.8 million worth of ads for only 2.25 worth of money. Something's got to give. And so those that don't fit into our goals, I have a hard time. Yes.
I guess my thought process as I was going through it, I recommended initially that we fund them completely. And I think my thought process was that this population is probably one of the most at risk of isolation. And this is a very specific way to combat isolation. Isolation leads to a variety of negative outcomes for folks, including suicide. But so I think there is a case to be made that it is in alignment with particularly those elements of our goals. I think there's been some other good points made that, like, to me, maybe the most important of this element of this is that coordinator, so that they can coordinate outings. They could be free outings. You still need staff to be able to do that, though. So, maybe I would be okay with looking at a partial fund, so we can't commit to paying for the activities themselves, but we can at least commit to, supporting efforts to get people out and about and combating isolation. So I would be, I guess, since I didn't vote the first time around, I don't know if we're voting again, but I would vote for a $30,000.
Listen, no vote in here during a work session is binding.
Right.
Because we did vote and we had enough to say, no, we're not going to fund it, but we could certainly, by all means, reopen it up and.
Well, we only had 4.
Which is all I felt we needed. One.
It's not a majority,
two,
right?
three, four.
It could
It
be a
is.
tie.
But you're quite right.
Yeah,
actually,
so.
right. Well, I'm willing to entertain it again. Yes, sir.
So I would just echo Amber's thoughts there about senior or disabled citizens in this community, especially adults, are very much at risk for isolation and kind of marginalized. And having done that work for a good portion of my career with adults specifically, I think anything we can do to kind of fund their, and help enhance their livability, I think it really does go to what our livability goal.
So how about,
It's a very specific
how
aspect.
about a 33%? How about $20,000? The ask is 60. We were at 0. We were at 30. 30 had 1 vote, 0 had 4.
I mean, over the course of 4 years, if we had funded them at the 60% of 60,000, it's 15,000 a year.
And 36 individuals.
36 individuals at 15,000 a year.
But it still goes to the 2.25. It's not 2.25 a year. It's 2.25.
I was just looking at it over 4 years.
So, but that's the 2.25 is also spread over 4 years. I'll take a suggestion from anyone.
I think we should stick with 30.
Can we vote again on that?
Absolutely.
Okay. The original.
Absolutely.
See if we have
Kyle,
a tie
you
or if
ready?
we don't.
All in favor of funding them $30,000? Can I get a thumbs up? Well, it looks like you got it. All right, there we go. Floor? Good discussions, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Art 321?
I said yes to all of it. I think they need everything.
didn't
I
you?
did. Heck yes, I did. And here's why.
I'm not busting your chops, Deanna.
I thought you were. I liked it.
Convince me, I wanna hear it.
No, they livability, civic engagement, they have 2 out of our 3. They help. They have grown. The first time that they received it was quite a while ago. I need to find the description, sorry, what she's actually gonna use it for. They have grown. They do the art walks, which are very popular. They contribute to all different types of groups that go there. They fulfill an art need that's in the community, and that is a strong part of our society and civic engagement too. It's not, they're growing, they need heat in their basement. The first 1% fund that they got was to get it up and running. They have this building and only the top floor is being used. They want to be able to expand their artist area, which is because they've grown, for heat. There's no heat in the basement. Their elevator is unoperable. I mean, not for the public to use. They use it to get stuff up and down. So I would like to see a majority of the funding, like some of it go to them because they put a lot into the community. And their deck boards, I mean, it's old Yellowstone district essentially. The deck boards need to be redone, it's just maintenance. They don't have the operating funds to work, they're on skeleton budget, and it contributes a lot to our community.
Okay. Lisa, you're next.
Wasn't part of this also the discussion was also looking at people who were able to take the money and then use it to get additional grants and things instead of just strictly using 1 cent for all of that?
Correct.
They can, and that can be applied to it too. They have a new board of directors and they've gone through a lot of changes. Their past didn't.
Executive
They have a new executive director, they were left without a leg to stand on basically. And so they're operating at, like I said, a very skeleton budget. They can't even afford to have the employees or pay the director what they should be paying the director to run it. So that's my 2 cents. It's an outfit that does a lot of good for our community and they need the help.
Kyle.
Thanks, Bruce, and thank you, Jenna. I appreciate your passion. I'm a huge fan of them as well. I go to a lot of their movie screenings, documentary screenings. I go to every art walk. I'm a big fan. I've helped them with a couple of their fundraisers in like an MC capacity. So I love the organization, huge fan of it. I think I gave them partial funding because part of the issue I have with the application is this expansion into the basement. I think we as a city, or at least my vision, I don't know if it's a shared vision or if everyone would agree with this perspective, but it seems like the city's kind of trying to restrict itself and pull back and really refine the things that we're currently doing, improve our current infrastructure and not necessarily focusing on expanding. That's my issue with this one is at a time when everyone else is kind of pulling in and conserving and trying to be sustainable, they're looking to expand, double the square footage that they're looking to host events and stuff like that. And so I had an issue with expansion in a time of a municipal, what I would consider restriction. We're not looking to add to our infrastructure, we're looking to pull back. And so I just don't know if I can support other entities expanding, which, if they expand into the basement, they're gonna have other capital needs 5-10 years into the future, and they're gonna come back to us again, looking for more money, so.
Amber.
So my philosophy, I put 70,000, and that was basically to do the whole list except the elevator. I recognize that the elevator is an important component of the basement as well to make it accessible to everyone, but elevators are really expensive. And so thinking about what could we do to expand, I disagree with you, I think, in that space is already there. If you can't make use of it, then you're still paying for that square footage and have no way to reclaim any use from it. I don't think that's a particularly responsible thing to do with space. So it's already, mostly finished, it's just cold down there. So to me, you could get quite a bit done with $70,000 with this one. Biting out the elevator feels like a lot for what, it may not be as impactful as making sure that we get at least heat down there so that many folks are able to use it. So that's why I put 70,000. I think there's a lot.
I'll get right to you, Mike. I'd like to add my 2 cents. We have so many infrastructure needs within the city of Casper, within the buildings that we personally own. I have a really hard time wanting to give $200,000 to somebody else to fix their building when we have buildings that are in desperate need of repair. And that $200,000 would go a long way to fixing our very own buildings. In fact, we're about to go through a $4 million plus renovation on this building. And so for me to want to give $200,000 to somebody else to fix their building creates a problem. And I don't know how you sell that to your voters. I don't know how you say we're going to take tax dollars and we're going to fix somebody else's building when ours are falling apart. That's the issue for me. Mr. Bond.
I just wanted to say I did recommend about $75,000 funding. I'm a big fan of the Art 321 as well. They're involved in the arts and their role in the community. I do wonder about my reservation in the full funding was, to me, after just having watched Art 321 over the years, they've kind of grown from an artist guild. That's what it was started out as, but it's kind of this creep of of expanding their role and mission. I'm just not sure that it all really aligns with their original mission and intent. And it just kind of, and kind of see Kyle's point of view about, kind of getting bigger and bigger and expanding when many of our city organizations are having to.
They're,
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Did you have some?
Jenna's ahead of me, but
Okay,
I
go
will
ahead.
have some.
Go ahead.
they're not expanding, their membership has grown. And that is what they're looking to utilize the rest of their building. It's not that they aren't already utilizing their building, they have different events that they hold down there. It's about making it more comfortable for their members, but at the same time, it's a safety issue when it comes down to, and aesthetically, and it's betterment for the city. When you're looking at wood and decks and things that need to be helped on, it needs to be done. Because it's old Yellowstone district, and they are a main part of it. We underfund the arts, but it's a part of our community that a lot of people enjoy. Art walks are packed. People are going all over the place. It takes man hours to do that, and their operational costs, they don't have that money. Whatever.
Well,
Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah.
Jenna's not gonna like this.
No.
But it's a little bit of an elephant in the room for me. The Nick Lacey Art Museum is a city-owned building.
It's not on the art walk.
It's not on the art walk. To me, though, again, when we have all these infrastructure needs, we own the Nick Lacey and we do capital improvements over there, and we're also funding capital improvements at R321. I worry about stretching ourselves too thin. Do we have the capacity to be supporting two different art institutions? It makes me think not so much like my preference would be the city-owned facility, even though I do like R321. I think they're in a better spot. I go to there more often than I do the Nick, to be totally honest. But the Nick is a city-owned facility, and to me, that gives it priority above the other ones.
but I know my company specifically has a corporate membership with the Nick, and I think we give them $500 a year or something. I don't know if Art 321 does anything like that or has fundraising in that aspect, or
Yeah,
maybe they should look into it. But I was there to give the Martin Luther King proclamation. It's a beautiful building, and there were a lot of people there that day. I did enjoy it. This isn't about that for me. This is about, do we consciously, appropriately fund an entity that is not of the city for their buildings? That's a problem for me.
Should we get Jenny on the phone and
Well, I
ask her?
just want to make this
To tell her
distinction.
what exactly it's going for?
Well, it's in their packet what it's going for. It's going for deck boards, and it's going for heat in their basement, and
I
it's
know, I
going for
can't
their
even get
elevator.
it up anymore.
I've got it right in front of me.
Well, what else does it
She was
say?
very clear about where that money was going, and it's all infrastructure needs for the building. Go ahead, Michael, sorry.
I just want to make the distinction about the difference in the mission, I think, of the two organizations. The Nick Lacey is a art museum, so it's strictly for showcasing art. Sometimes that crosses over into the more local, but it's contemporary art is kind of the mission of the Nick Lacey.
Supports the artists.
Where the mission of the R321 is more the focus is more on local art, local artists, and showcasing and providing a space for them to collaborate and to share their art.
If I can read this, it says, funding from our previous 2015 funds were awarded. They were used to get us up and operating in this building. As we've been here for years now, there are needs for upgrades and improvements on general wear and tear to help us better serve the public. Original plans did not include the use of 8,000 square foot basement. Our artist community has exponentially grown. We can create more educational spaces, performance spaces, creation areas with the addition to heat of the spacious business area. Basement area. Our plans include installing a permanent heating solution of gas heaters, as they are more cost effective than electric heaters. This will entail running a gas line from the roof to the basement, as we are not allowed to run one from the west side of the building per property owners. There are 4 additional maintenance issues that need immediate attention. The plaza deck needs boards replacing, staining, and a beautification of the surrounding area leading to our main entrance. As home of one of our oldest, fastest freight elevators in town, it needs general maintenance and safety checks. The furnace elements located on the roof of the building need repair before next winter. The stairwell leading to the basement needs to be brought up to code. Everything she put in here is infrastructure needs for their building. Sir.
So here's what my suggestion would be is we have two choices here. We say no or we compromise, because 220 isn't gonna happen.
Agreed.
So what I'm saying is that we're gonna end up having to say no completely, or we compromise on it. And we get to the point where I put a very low, because I love Art 321, I love Jenny, love what they're doing, and I wanna support them. But we just don't have the funding to do it, but I'd be willing to compromise and go higher if, to exactly what Amber had said, getting close to that 70 mark, to be able to help them out a little bit.
Who owns the building they're in? Do you know, Jenna?
Who owns it? I don't know. Is it rented by Art Three, or
Well,
the Artist Guild?
They mentioned property owners. They couldn't bring the gas line across the
Artist
property because of the owner.
Guilds, maybe? I don't know who owns that whole produce building. Oh, the Trues own it now. The Trues own it. So they also, I just wanna point out, I'm willing for obviously a compromise, but we should give them something because of what they do contribute to the downtown area and getting the people down here. The streets are packed during their art walks. And they also are community partners with so many different organizations, such as the Wyoming Symphony Orchestra, iReach. I mean, they fulfill a lot of our goals. The Downtown Development Authority, the Chamber, Pride, Casper College, Casper Museum Consortium, they're part of that. So it's just showing support.
Kyle.
Thanks. I think Amber.
I'm sorry, were you on?
No, but I think that's a good place to start. I don't wanna speak for anyone else, but in my mind, the elevator's off the table. I
That's
think
fine.
70 is a good place to start, so.
That is fine. They'd be happy with 70.
Well, you're at 70
Fine.
anyway on an average, 70,571.43, correct?
Give them that, they'll be happy. I propose 70,000.
There's a proposal on the table. Looks like you have your 70,000.
How many thumbs did we get?
You're waiting for everybody else to
You had them
say
all except for Kyle and I.
70,000.
It's a lot of money.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's all you need.
Listen, if we go over, it's the first one I bring back up.
Support the creativeness in this.
Did you hear that? If we go over the 2.25, it's the first one that's coming back up, Ms. Haskins said.
She did.
That's fine. Which one don't you like?
Okay, we are on to Big Brothers and Big Sisters who have
Our
a,
community gets the chat.
ladies and gentlemen,
Fight me for YCC, that's the one.
we are on to Big Brothers and Big Sisters who have an ask of $270,434. This is for, to increase the number of Casper youth mentored in their programs. I will tell you the one problem I have with this specific one, I do love everything they do for our community. But I was also part of a very large fundraiser they just had where they raised millions of dollars. And they have another one coming up in September.
Boys and Girls Club.
Oh, is that the Boys and Girls?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big Brothers Big
I'm on, okay, I'm
Getting
getting ahead of myself.
They'd like to raise $1 million.
Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself, so let's go back, I'm sorry, let's step back to Big Brothers and Big Sisters. $270,434.
It's a lot. Big ask. Yeah.
And they get a lot of.
Yeah.
They do a lot with our juveniles.
Yes, I think that I think it's something that we should fund at least partially, like put a partial fund. The thing that I don't love about it is it looks to me like they've kind of just said like, we want a grant for 35% of our operational budget, which I don't love that approach. So I don't think it's sustainable for us to fund 35% of any operation on an ongoing basis. So I might, ask them to reconsider that angle in the future, but I do think it is in alignment with
100%.
our goals in a lot of ways, so I
It
think we should
certainly
fund
is.
something. I'm also a little concerned that there's like, if their financial information they provided was correct, there's like no reserves,
That was my concern,
$0
What was?
reserves.
like 2,000 in reserves.
So that
The
makes me
bank account was
feel
essentially empty, so.
nervous.
That was kind of the same for Art 321 for me, like.
Yeah.
So Big Brothers Big Sisters functions, how they function is they have their site here, and they have different sites around the state. They run out of Laramie, and so which is interesting because I didn't quite understand the budget based off of if it was just for the site here
Yeah.
and what they're doing, or if they are looking at the whole entire state organization that oversees the programming here. That's what I didn't quite understand, because they have more than enough funding from the whole state organization. But I didn't quite understand that too.
Yeah.
And that is concerning.
So would this money go to Laramie or would it go to Casper? That's the question.
It funds Casper's program here.
Yeah, I think they said it was specific.
The average, based on what you all did your homework and awarded, is $52,800, so about $53,000. That's the average of where we were all at collectively. So do I have a recommendation for Big Brothers Big Sisters?
And their original, what was their original ask?
270, oh, excuse me, 270. 270,434.
Boys and Girls Club's 200.
And the average of what you counselors wanted to give was just under 53,000. So about 20, a little less than 25%, a little more, right at 25%. Or no, excuse me, 270.
I didn't even put a number in there
We're
yet.
about
I have
20%.
no gauge, but
This is just based on the ones that did.
I would put it right at about
That's a big
50
gap. That
as
leaves
well.
about $250,000 on the table.
That's a big ask.
That's a huge ask, and it's I don't know that. I mean, that's entirely up to you folks how you'd want to do that, but
I think that we at least do the average of the 53,000.
I have a suggestion for 53,000, which is the average of what everyone collectively decided to give. Any other offers? Shall we vote on that one? Okay, can I get a thumbs up for 53,000 for Big Brothers Big Sisters? Okay.
No, I want to, I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to figure out if 50,000, is there a point to giving them 50,000 if they're asking for 270 and we're giving them 50, is there a point to even giving them 50,000?
Can we get them on the phone, please? That'd be the first one we call and ask them. Sure,
Right.
sure.
The only caution I would give is, every one of these agencies would like to visit with you about their ask. And so I'm a little worried that if you do it for one and for nobody else, it might be a little problem.
That's a really good point. That's a great point. So let's not do that.
This is not averaging correctly.
Yeah, that's what Lisa and I were just talking about.
So
But I
I
think
don't
we're closer
wanna,
to
I don't
70,
wanna
aren't
put,
we?
I don't wanna put too much stock in that average number because it's,
175, 2 1/4.
there's something wrong with the formula.
385,
Well, it's because I have a 0.
460. Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Are you at a
matter.
0, Brandy, because you're at a 0?
I'm at a 0 because I have no idea yet.
Okay.
So I hadn't
3,
put
4,
in a
5, 6.
number.
But even if we divide 520 by 6, it's going to give us a completely different number.
It's gonna give you
So-
$72,000.
And you can
I was
put,
gonna say 70.
I mean, you could put me in for 50. I feel like that's my minimum. I think that's my minimum.
Alright, let's do that and see what it.
But still, that's still way off, even with the 0 there.
Well, it would divide by, yeah.
Can
That's
we,
better.
yeah, but that's still not right. Can we add those 7 numbers up and divide that by 7? 175,
That should be
2
what the formula
1/4.
is doing.
But the formula
But
is,
it's not doing it,
She's
I
gonna
don't
adjust the formula here and get it right for us.
75, 2 1/4,
While we watch her.
325, 385, 450, 460. That's about 530,000 divided by 7. It's more than 60,000. Sorry. Huh?
420 divided by 7, 62,000.
325, 460.
60,000.
That 420 is not right.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. I
It's
don't
it's
think-
530 if my math in my brain is right.
Look at this. Excel is really good at averages.
terrible Excel. I hate it with a passion. It's like the greatest thing in the world, but I can't
Get
say.
it?
I have to have somebody special, Jeremy. Jeremy does all my
There's
stuff.
$480,000 up there, so just divide it by 7.
68,571.
Thank you. So it seems to me that the average is closer to 70,000.
Oh,
68 something. 68,571
Hey, we broke your spreadsheet like.
would be the average
Okay.
out of a $270,000 ask.
I say we split hairs and give it 70. And just, I mean, I think that's gonna be a good, you know, I don't know what that percentage is of 200,000, I'm terrible at math, I'm a social worker.
70 times 4 would be 280. Their ask was
Don't quote me on that, Tom.
Their ask was 270, so we're gonna be about 24%. If you give them 70, that's around 24%.
24%, Tom,
Well, it's around. 'cause
right around there.
70 times 4 is 280, and they asked for 270, so we're gonna be 23% somewhere in there. So I have an offer on the table for $70,000.
Math is hard.
That's exactly what I'm doing, but so I mean.
I have one thumb, I have two thumbs, 3, 4, 5, okay, moving on.
Nice truck.
70,000 for Big
5 thumbs in a
Brothers.
truck.
Yeah, I feel like disproportionately.
I think we're gonna have to go back through.
Oh, we
We
probably will.
totally are, we're never leaving.
Boys and Girls Club? These are the ones where their ask is for $205,000. I commend them because of their ability to fundraise. Their big, the one that we just had was hugely successful for them, as it always is, and so is their breakfast one, which is coming up in, I think, September. So for me, when I'm weighing options between groups that really need it, and I would say that they would be extremely low on my priority list based on the funding that they already have. It's not a knock against Boys and Girls Club. I love what they do. I just partook in their Dream Essay Contest last week, which was amazing. But funding-wise, they seem to do very well. So I have a little bit of a difficulty when we're under a money crunch. But they're wanting to implement a critical public safety project that was recommended to them by the Casper Police Department Security Assessment Team. Yes.
I put 0 for that one, and the reason being a little different than your reasoning, is that the project itself, to me, it seemed more like it, it seemed like it was working towards their goals and not so much enhancing their ability or capacity to attend to our shared goals. And so it was more the project specifically for me didn't seem as compelling. Of course, it's important, but you know, some of these other places, like, they're not even talking about security, they're just talking about like having a functional facility, period, to be able to deliver a service. I think they already have that. They're doing really well with that. And so like security is obviously important, but to me it seems like sort of that next like deep dive, and some of these other projects were just trying to get to be like functional off the ground.
Well, and to be fair with you, the building is in North Casper, and I think it suffers some vandalism at times. So they're wanting to get rid of keyed entries and go to key fobs and for easier access. They're wanting security cameras, which we couldn't even agree to do on our fire station.
Exactly.
You know, so for those issues, I'm out. But Jenna, go ahead, please.
I agree with you.
Exactly, thank you.
Sure. I'm out.
I'm out.
So
For that reason,
Jenna's up.
oh, sorry, Jenna.
It's okay.
That's all I said.
What?
I agreed with you.
Oh, okay, Kyle's next, then you, sorry.
thanks, Bruce.
see that.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. This is all important, but a little more superficial than just keeping the doors open. Bollards, I mean, we had to cut that from our city hall. Yeah, we can't even do that for us.
Correct.
So I don't think we should be funding it for nonprofits.
Correct.
I think, give partial funding, only because the skate park is right next door, and it sounds like that's where a lot of the issues are arising for them. And so I do feel like we have some sort of responsibility to manage that area. And so if there are cameras, it sounded like some of that ask was mostly for cameras indoors. So I wouldn't necessarily support that, but if there's anything we can do in the way of securing, better lighting, maybe some cameras for the outdoors that could cover their facility but also help us manage the skate park, that to me is a shared goal that I would support. But otherwise, yeah, they're very successful at fundraising. This is, it's a little bit deeper dive and not some of the critical stuff that we're weighing otherwise. And so I'd be supportive for partial funding just to improve some outdoor security that we could leverage for the skate park area.
Vice Mayor. Okay, Jenna.
I'm gonna say 0 funding.
I would agree with you, but we have a zero funded request on the table, so I need to have a vote on that. So all those in favor of zero funding? Just 3? Okay, we gotta go back to the drawing board. Did you give a thumbs up?
I was thinking.
A late for, they have
Yeah, we should-
sponsors.
Sorry, we have,
Something.
hold on, we had a late thumb down here.
Sorry.
Zero funding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. Zero funding it is.
Can I make?
You may, of course.
Thank you.
I remember one year, probably my first grant cycle or my first cycle of 1 cent funding. We approached the YMCA and they had been receiving 1 cent funding for several years through several cycles. And we approached them and we said, hey, you know what, you've been beneficial for these 1 cent fundings for many, many years. And we're gonna ask you to maybe skip this cycle in order for us to fund other nonprofits. And they were very gracious to do that. And I think that it's not to say anything in that sense, but I think that we've made our points in that, and I think it's opportunity for other nonprofits that don't get to raise those types of funding over the years to do that. And so I think this is, I think it's okay.
I do too, and just to piggyback you, I want to be fair when I say this, and it reminds me of what Carter and I went through down at SLIP. It's really unfair to the Boys and Girls Club who have a very successful marketing program, a very successful fundraising program that sometimes needs money, and we're just saying, well, you know, it reminded me of being down at SLIP, and oh, Casper, they got money, so we're gonna help all the little guys. But unfortunately, if you look at our council goals, we are really trying to help those that are hardly sustaining, and so this is a difficult ask, and I hope that they'll understand. But I also hope that this council and future councils will give credence to those that missed maybe a year or two of funding, and maybe that gives them a little precedent, you know, going forward during the next 1 cent cycles. So, Amber.
I'll just add one thing, which is to say that it looks to me like we've funded about $2.7 million to this organization over the years, which has gone to great use. Like, we can see the results of that. We can see the advantage that that's provided to our community. So that's incredible, and I wouldn't suggest that we shouldn't have done that. I think that it was well justified and well placed, and we're seeing great impact from those dollars. So, but with that said, that's more than the entire package that we have to allocate this year, and so I also think it's the next 4 years. So I also think, taking that into consideration, like, this community has been very supportive in the past. So.
Very good, thank you. Let's move on to Brain Injury Advocates of Wyoming. They've been operating in a deficit since inception. Their program offers pay services to residents that are deemed by the Social Security or the court not to be capable of managing their funds. Supports those individuals by providing financial oversight, bill paying, etc. These funds will be used to cover the program's salaries over the next 4 years, allowing the organization to use revenue from the program to be incorporated into a benefits package for the employees of that program, to include health and dental benefits, future wage increases, accreditation costs, and emergency room reserves to maintain the program. So this is 100% against everything we did the last 1 cent cycle. We said we would not fund businesses and pay their salaries. It was not to be used for operational money on the city level. We use it for infrastructure only. So for me, if we can't use it for operational dollars within the city, I have a hard time giving it to somebody else that's going to use it for solely operational funding. But if you find a value in what that program does, you could certainly justify it. So this is a high school course that never got taught and still isn't being taught, and teaching people how to manage their funds and how to spend their money. Amber, hang on. Go ahead, Lisa, go ahead.
Lisa's got a clarification, so go ahead.
So I actually have some of these people that are tenants.
Mhm.
And so these are people who are handicapped. And so it's not that they were not taught in school, it's that they don't comprehend. So they have somebody else who helps them come in and shows them how to clean, helps them pay their bills.
Oh, I understand now.
And do all of the other things. And then also, the one thing that I do know that the brain injury, so if you're needing a hospital bed, wheelchair, walker, whatever, you can just call them and they will loan one to you. And so I know that a lot of elderly will use their services that way.
Thus, the Brain Injury Advocates of Wyoming. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you very much. Okay, well, their ask is for $277,945. I would take a recommendation from anyone at this point.
I recommend 50.
What is the average, 50?
Yeah.
50 is the average.
We did fix the phone.
I've
thank
used
you.
their closet.
Thank you very much. Have a recommendation for 50,000 on the table of a 270, almost $8,000 ask. Anybody? Can I get a thumbs up on 50,000?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. 50 it is. Can we get a total of where we are currently at?
No.
Since we are just through, we're through page 1 of 5. We are 20%. And we're at a little under $500,000. So,
Awarded, right?
awarded,
Tracking.
which, what is that, 2,068?
This,
Yeah, or 2 million?
that's the averages of the,
Oh, can I get, what I'd like to know is what is remaining in the balance?
2 million.
2.25. So we're gonna be at about 1.8, 1.7.
I'm gonna tell Pete all about your
1.7,
ninja
okay.
moves.
All right, let's move on.
Be very proud.
We are at Casper Climb, Wyoming. Their ask is for 50,000. You have 1.7 million remaining. Ray,
I say fund them the 50,000.
Me too.
Climb Wyoming is fantastic, the work that they do with single moms especially
They
and
do.
women, to help them.
with single mothers, yeah. Actually, the recommendation across the board from everyone was to fully fund this. So with a fully funded recommendation, can I get a thumbs up for that? Okay, done, thank you.
They CDL their women to drive.
Yes, they do. One of them works for me.
Yep, they're fantastic.
Casper Community Greenhouse Project, they're asking for almost $500,000, $440,500. The funds requested will be primarily used for capital expenses to develop and expand the Grow Casper Education Farm through Phase 1 and Phase 2 development. Is this the one that is over at the school in
No,
North Casper? No?
Wyoming Food for Thought,
They
this is a
just-
separate entity.
Where is it?
I think that one in Evansville.
They just opened up the one at
They
Park
do.
School.
Park
Yeah.
School, thank you.
So they have greenhouses at some of the elementary schools, and I believe this is for their, I think they have a master plan to do a big build out of a campus like Food for Thought over where?
Fire Rock.
Fire Rock, yes, in that area of town, east part of town.
Well, the recommendation across the board for their $440,000 ask is a little less than 10%. The average is 40,000. Jenna?
I love their mission. However, how many people are gonna use it and what kind of livability and citizen engagement and sustainability are we gonna do? I mean, yes, we'll teach them gardening, so I get that, but
Well, how many gardens
That's the
can we
question.
fund? Because we already do Food for Thought, right? Which is a huge community engagement place where they grow their own. Is this similar to that?
Food for Thought they're a little bit more expansive though. They also do a food program from the school
Bags.
district.
Right.
and Stuff like that. I don't think Community Greenhouse does that.
they just had like a little garden that they were teaching and they would have feed people off of it, but their main purpose is food, we're talking Food for Thought, not the garden, not this program. Just
Wonder how many people this program service?
That's what I'm asking. I'm like, I don't know what kind of people they would touch,
Or how many they're touching?
right? Besides, I mean, schools and
I've
teaching them.
I've seen their plan. I don't know if it was, I can't remember if it was in there. I've seen it for what their proposed plan is out east of town. It's a really cool idea. But I just don't, I'm not sure if it, I mean, it'd be great for Casper, but I just, that's a big ask and I just don't know how close we can get to helping them out with that.
Kyle?
Thanks, Bruce, and I would agree with Ray. Leanne Miller, I believe is who is in charge of this. I'm a big fan of her. She does a lot for like, I don't know if she still does it, but she was doing like the locally grown produce baskets that you could subscribe to. She does Casper Coffee Roasters. It's amazing coffee, so I would recommend you try it if you haven't. And I love the vision. I've seen it build out. It would be awesome to have that in town, but it is my opinion that it's a bit of duplication with what Food for Thought is doing. Another thing that worried me was the fact that in their revenue detail, they have 8,000 from other fundraisers, 20,000 from foundations, and that's it. So the ask is essentially for us to contribute 95% of the funding to get that project off the ground, and for that reason, I'm out.
Well, their mission statement says, these funds, capital expenditures will be essential to the successful development of the Grow Casper Education Farm, which will serve as a vital community resource to improve food access and health outcomes for vulnerable populations in the Casper metropolitan area, as well as support the development of local agriculture and economic diversity through agritourism. To me, that is almost the exact mission statement of Food for Thought. So to me, it's just another Food for Thought program. Amber, go ahead, sorry.
So I think, yeah, I agree. I've seen the plans and it's awesome. It would be incredible to have over there and, a vacant lot put to good use. My concern is that the scope of this project, like, we really don't have the capacity to even really make a dent in it, and it doesn't seem like there's a natural partial funding that we could offer. The one that I think that I put was 65,000, which would do electricity and natural gas, so we could like run utilities like that, and that's it. And then from there it's but without, I would hate to do that and not have like a clear it does, as Kyle said, they only have a couple other funding mechanisms right now that are evident to us, and so to me that would be something that I would contribute or be more inclined to pay for if they already had more of this capital raised to complete the build out, if we were able to run utilities and that sort of thing. So I think I put 65,000, because that seemed like the only semi-natural partial breakdown here, is I don't think they could build any of this other stuff without that. But I also just feel like it's a sort of a stretch to even fund that part of it at this stage of the project. 35 I did? Well, maybe I was just thinking gas.
Not only that, but even if you only partially fund them, let's say you gave them 40, which is more than what you were giving them, that's only $10,000 a year. You're not gonna get your gas and your electric brought in for 10 grand a year.
Yeah, I just think that we can't really make a meaningful impact on this project.
I don't see how we can.
100%.
So do I have a recommendation?
I would say none for this cycle, just until the project's a little further
Until they
along.
can get up on their feet a little
If it's a
bit.
little further along, we may be in a better position to make an impact on this one.
Well, and it may behoove them to get with Food for Thought and see if they could somehow partner with them, since the mission seems to be so closely aligned. I'm just throwing it out there, no business of mine. So I have a recommendation for zero funding at this, for this 1 cent cycle. So do I have thumbs?
For what? For
Zero. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, very good. Casper Family Connections, funding from the 1 cent to support their general operating expenses, specifically visitation specialist staff pay, so we can continue to offer safe recreational opportunities to parents and children. The cost to provide a supervised visit is $80. They keep client fees low to $35 to ensure more families have access, leaving a substantial $45 gap for each 1 cent, or for each visitation, excuse me. So this would offer supervised visitation opportunities for families to safely recreate together. Their ask is $50,000. Sir.
I know these guys pretty well. They're really impressive program. They do really good work for visitations with families. It's not a big ask. I think it's pretty relatively straightforward. I'm all for it, for the full ask.
Kyle?
Thanks, Ray. I agree. I know the folks involved, they're good people, and I don't think cost should be a barrier for folks that are in that system to be able to have, if it's required of the court system that you have supervised visitation, I don't think lack of resources should be, a reason you can't see your kid. My issue, no financial data in this application. Again, there's nothing, so.
It's like blank.
Yeah, it's completely blank.
That's surprising me.
Amber?
I put the same thing. I think we should fund it. This is, to me, one of those services that is closely associated with things that we do. A lot of these folks are being referred by
I'm sure they have
EFS
some.
or the courts. I would like to see financial information completed before we execute a contract, but I think, yes, it needs to be a program that's in place.
Okay, so I have a request on the table for $50,000 with the caveat that they must provide their financials that were asked for in the
100%.
in the application. So do I have thumbs for that? Okay, very good. So you got the caveat on that? Thank you. Okay, moving on, Casper Housing Authority cares.
For all of us 30.
This is a $150,000 ask to lay down foundations for 3 existing portables at the Willard School. School was purchased to move its housing and supportive services offices. The CARES Kids Campus Center and Commercial Kitchen is in this building. It's renamed Willard and Vision Center. They received an installation bid of $50,000. Portable foundation totaling the project cost $150,000. These portable houses house necessary supplies for the child care center and will hold resource goods and materials for the CARES Family Self-Sufficiency Team and its program participants. Kyle, you could probably speak to this better than anybody, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but we haven't talked about it extensively on the board. Kim did share with a couple of us that a partial ask, she's asking for how many portables is it here?
I think it's
3.
It's just for the foundations for them. I think they already have them.
Yeah, so, if we gave a third, that would give them the resources to lay a single foundation. So that's helpful information to have. But other than that, I can't provide much more in the way of context or details. It's not something we've discussed it at length in the board meetings.
Was that, is this the ask that we talked about when we were in that meeting with her and she said that a third would help?
Yep.
So I would recommend, after speaking to her, the $150,000 ask be moved it back to 50 to allow them to get one foundation in on their portable, and then they can, they're really good at fundraising over there as well. So we have a recommendation on the table for 50,000. Okay, done. We will move on past the other 3. We'll go to the Casper Softball Association.
We did that one.
Oh, we did that one. What did we decide on that, please? 25,000 with the caveat that it's for fencing and lighting.
Did we do the soccer club too, by the way?
We did 50,000 for them, and that was for the netting to keep the little ones from getting hit in the head.
That's right, yep.
Okay. 2 down, and moving on. We are at Irish Clubhouse, which I believe we did 40,000.
You just
Or
skipped a whole
Central Wyoming
bunch.
Counseling Center.
Yeah.
Excuse me, oh, wait a minute.
ABC.
My pages are, oh, here we are.
Nice try, Bruce.
No.
Still in the
They're-
Cs.
My pages are all out of order. I'm just going page to page. Okay, Central Wyoming Counseling Center, $84,000 ask to construct an outdoor fitness exercise area that will be used by their residential substance use disorder treatment facility to treat clients, group therapy clients visiting families. Reason an outdoor facility is needed. Currently, they have no outdoor facilities available for that purpose. Their outdoor exercise is limited to escorted walks on streets outside their facility and adjacent parking lots. So my question would be, first off, where is it? And is there not a city park or school playground in the area?
It's by the event
It's by the
Yeah,
event
way-
center and
yeah,
it's
it's up
across from my place up there, the trail center, and they use our walkway. They walk across and walk around
No,
the parking lot.
they've acknowledged there's walkways. They're needing,
And inside our
Crossroads
facility as
Park
well.
would be the closest park.
how far is it?
They use it all the time because
Half mile.
the
Half mile.
trails connect
Go ahead, Ray.
at the trail center.
So I'm 100% behind this. I think Central Wyoming Counseling Center's on a great path. I think they're in the right direction where they need to be going. Really have been great partnering with them and working with them in my job and seen some great things that they're doing. This year, they're showing that there's data to suggest that people that substance abuse disorders, the recovery rates for people that are doing outdoor activities and outdoor activities can help with the relapse prevention. So I'm all for this one. I'd be open to compromising the price or on the how much we give, but I think it's a good give.
Now, to play devil's advocate, I'm opposed to it for a couple reasons. One is they do have the trail center that goes right by their building. There is a park within half a mile that they are already using and can continue to utilize. And lastly, they are probably in line to receive quite a bit of that opioid money once that RFP and that RFQ are out. And so I just think with the other needs and asks we have and the fact that they've got some funding in their near future, it looks like to me, I would be a no. But Kyle.
Thanks, Bruce. I was really torn on this one. I worked at the counseling center. It's been probably 4 or 5 years now. And this one really hits home for me. When I worked there as a development director, I recognized that there was little in the way of outdoor space. They have a couple like rock yards. It's terrible. They can walk down to the park, but that's contingent on having the appropriate staffing, which is, anyone that's worked in mental health knows you're always understaffed. And so getting them off campus can be difficult. The reason I'm torn about it, because I totally agree with Ray, outdoor exposure, sunlight, that's a 90-day program up there. And so if you're stuck indoors for the most of those 90 days, it's hard to come out in a really good mental health state. But when I worked up there, I did a lot of work on this specific topic. I had aerial views of the campus. I identified all of our outdoor areas. I came up with ideas for how we could retrofit those areas and the equipment that we would put in place. I built their gym up there. They mentioned their gym. I was the one that was in charge of building out that gym. And I explored a bunch of different things. They got a lot of grass up there, and it cost probably like $20,000 in watering to keep all that grass alive. I had Food for Thought come up there, and Danny Baker identified some areas that would do really good gardening that we could use in the culinary, in the institutional restaurant setting up there, and convert all that to raised garden beds. So I did a lot of work on this, and the counseling center had the resources at that time to pull the trigger, and they didn't for one reason or another. And so that's why I'm really, in my opinion, this should have been done 5 years ago. And so that's why I'm torn with this one, but I totally see the merits of it. It's needed. It's just a shame because they've had leadership troubles for what feels like forever. I agree with Ray that they have some really good people on board that I think are moving in the right direction. So it sucks because I feel like with the right leadership, they could have done this 5 years ago.
Do you have an idea of what that outdoor exercise fitness would be, considering this is for adults? So it's not a playground we're talking about,
No.
right?
So they don't even serve adolescents in their residential
So
programs.
what are they talking about?
It does say in here that they have a mommy unit, so there are children living with their mothers there. So
There are a
there
couple
could
toddlers.
potentially be little kids there,
I
which I
thought,
could imagine would be swell to not
I think
ever go outside.
my understanding of
Plans.
Amber's had her hand up for a while.
Amber, go ahead, sorry.
I guess the only thing that maybe tips me over one way or the other is that they've already raised $36,000 for the project themselves, and that's a good chunk, so, I'd at least think that we could try to match that, like the amount that they've raised as is, to get them at least, probably enough money to realistically get something going in that arena.
What average do we have from the counselors?
40-something.
40? Well, you wanted to give them half, that's 36. I guess 40, I'm sorry, Lisa, do you have
I
something?
just wanted to say that if they got the opioid money, it wouldn't be able to use it for anything like
That's true,
this.
that is correct. But they would be able to use it for operational stuff, freeing up other money that would allow them to do that. So,
Enjoy.
right. Jenna?
Can I just point, like, they're there all the time, I see them every day. So they're out there doing their laps around their parking lot, and then on that street that Gruner Brothers is on, I can't remember the name of that. So they do laps there. I mean, they have a lot of outside stuff, and they're happy to get out and walk and see a different scenery. So I'm not quite sure if they would really utilize that facility once it's in there, because they like their outings.
But like Ray said, or Kyle, one of them said, with staff shortages, without having staff to be able to take them out, can they still go?
Follow up, there's like 30 of them, or a large group of them that come in, maybe 36 that, or let's say more like 15 to 20 of them that come and walk around, and they only have one supervisor, which is normal. They're all adults.
That's a lot of people to manage.
They're adults, and they're walking in a circle.
Okay, well, I would, excuse me, I would take a recommendation.
Do you need, how many babysitters for adults?
Adults with substance use issues and
Okay,
mental health.
Amber has recommended,
Like 1224.
Amber's recommended $36,000. I would almost want to say, could we bump it to 40? Because that is the average of what the counselors chose to give. So do you mind if I amend that to, okay, so there's $40,000 on the table for what amounts to an $84,000 ask, so we're less than 50%, but don't forget they're bringing $36,000 to the table. So would $40,000 work for everybody here? Okay, very good. Thank you. We will now move on to Central Wyoming Hospice and Transition. They are asking for $250,000 to, they did conduct a needs assessment for ways to improve their mental health services for those that have lost a loved one. And their hospice grief program has grown by 220% in 5 years. So this is simply, they are out of space to accommodate this growing need. The purchase of a 4,000 square foot building to be renovated as space for counseling, grief groups, children's activities, and offices for the psychosocial team will result in their Wyoming's first ever grief center. It's a capital request and will be used for the purchase and renovation of the center only. Sir.
Thanks. Don't want to distract us. Real quick though, going back to the counseling center, for the sake of consistency, also no financial data. Can we make that a condition as we have?
I would say that that is more than appropriate. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes, please.
Okay, so would you please put that caveat on their floor before they can receive the funds, that we get a full, just get a completed application, which will include their financials. Thank you for that, Kyle. Okay, so we are at Central Wyoming Hospice and Transition, $250,000 for the purchase of a building. Yes, ma'am.
So I think I said, what did I say, 200,000? For me, I think we wanna, I at least would think we'd wanna give a sizable chunk to this project, particularly because there's so much other funding going towards it. We would be one of many partners. They've got $750,000 in ARPA funds coming their way. It's like probably $1.5–2 million project overall. So we're only being asked to partner on quite a small, what I think is an appropriate percentage of this overall project. So to me, this is one that we can help get across the finish line and not sort of bear the burden of doing the whole thing. To me, I can come down from 200,000. It looks like everybody else was thinking something below that, but I think this it aligns with our goals, and it is a project that is probably getting close to having the appropriate funding to actually get it in and get it going through.
So the average for the council is 95,000. I would suggest just make it an even 100,000, which several picked as their number, more than three did. So $100,000 on the table to help them get their building purchased.
Can I make,
Please.
can I say 150?
You can say whatever you want, right?
Well, I have 100,000 first.
Okay, sorry.
But keep in mind, ladies, we're asking for 100,000, but keep in mind, there's also an ask for 150,000. So I guess we'll do both. So those in
That says
favor?
zero, so I don't know if you wanna.
Oh, do I on this one?
Zero.
Well, if he wants to say zero, he can too.
Seems harsh.
Because it'll be another vote, but right
So we
now,
got
there's $100,000 on the table with 150 coming. So do I have any thumbs for the $100,000 ask? 3?
Can I vote for both? Can we see if 100 crosses the finish line and then see if we're ready to bump it to
Sure.
150?
Yeah, when we come back, it
Sure.
can be.
Circle around.
So one more time for the 100,000.
All right.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have unanimous for 100,000. Now I'm going to ask you for the 150,000. And it is not unanimous, so we will stick to the 100,000.
Get this.
Don't take it personal, please.
Just
I can tell you, they are going to be more than ecstatic to receive $100,000. In my opinion, I think they'll be super stoked to have that. So, all right, let's move on to, yes, sir.
Do you mind if we do a total?
No, please. Let's see where we're at. I'm guessing we're probably about 1.3 left. 1.5 actually. So we're doing good. All right, Central Wyoming Senior Services, their senior center is asking for $212,469. 53,000 each year is pretty much what it comes down to. Would be used to further their mission by continuing to provide nutrition to their target population. So it's sounds like a raw food that would otherwise not be covered. So this is to feed the seniors, it sounds like. Yes, sir, Mr. Bond.
Mayor, I would just say that I serve as the liaison to this board, and so in that conversation with the board and with the director, I did encourage them to think about in subsequent years about, since it is a city-owned facility, things like lighting and, improvements to the more capital, and to try to look for covering that expense for raw food elsewhere, just for, purpose of alignment and that kind of thing. Although I do have to say, I support the proposal as it is, simply because of so many of our senior citizens are low income.
One of the things they did put in there was that they do receive state and federal grant funding, but that those grant funds are being reduced each year due to the cost and expenses that are climbing through the cost of food, which we all know when we go to the grocery store that's true. So the ask is for $212,469, and the average was about $150,000, just a little less. So I guess we got to start somewhere. I would say we'll throw $150,000 on of the $212,000 ask, and see if there's a stomach for that. Or so you have $150,000 on the table.
I think I could support.
I would take a counter, or I would take thumbs up,
If it's coming from down from 200 and some thousand to 150, I think I can.
and that is to feed our seniors.
I don't know.
I need thumbs. I need to know how many we have actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So we are at 150. You said as a minimum, so unless anybody wants to go above that, we'll settle on that.
That's good.
Very good.
That's a good number.
Okay, thank you. Child Development Center, they're asking for $58,729.40, so about $59,000. They were told Assist could no longer provide transportation for their children 1 month before preschool was starting, so they scrambled to find transportation for 16 children with special needs. They utilized funds from its reserve to purchase a new bus and find a driver plus an assistant to help transport the children. This was a cost of $58,000 for the van. It was not budgeted for. They did find a way to get these children to DC to receive their preschool services. At that time, the city had encouraged them to apply for 1 cent funding to help cover the cost of the new bus. Therefore, these funds would go to purchasing the bus and operating a third bus. Yes,
I have questions.
by all means.
I guess the part of this that I'm more interested in is what happened with Assist and like what's the context there?
Is that Liz here? Would you be able to answer that, sir?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, I probably wouldn't be able to answer it as succinctly and appropriately probably as Liz. I'm not sure I agree with the characterization and the narrative, however, and so it'd probably behoove this conversation if indeed that type of information is, contingent upon them receiving funding.
Well, I think it is. So is there a chance to get Liz on the line?
Bruce?
Sir?
Me and a couple other counselors that took the tour of the new bus were able to get some context on this from Liz.
Oh, please.
I can't speak to it as articulately as Liz would be able to, but she would also disagree, I think, with that characterization. It sounds like after the city of Casper took over transit operations from CATSI, we had made an agreement with all of the people that we provide services to that for at least 1 year, we would keep things essentially static. It sounds like after that year, it was all of our services were kind of evaluated, and they have, it sounded like about 9 kids over at the development center that use this service, and it was tying up one of our buses for essentially most of the day to provide service to those 9 kids. They were able to quantify it in the realm of 40,000-ish a year, 40 to 50,000 a year, the cost of providing service to those 9 kids at CDC throughout the year. And so it sounds like there were discussions early on about, coming to an agreement and, creating an MOU or a contract or something to provide those services. Obviously, $48,000 is a lot, and so it sounds like CDC wasn't able to absorb that into their budget, and so they're looking to buy another van. But it sounds like historically, CATSI was essentially subsidizing services to the Child Development Center at the expense of other areas which required the city of Casper to fill in the gaps and subsidize Catsy's operations because they're subsidizing operations for other people. And so unfortunately, it's just one of those situations that, I don't know how many times we have to say this tonight, but I'm a big fan of the Child Development Center, all the services they provide and stuff like that. But it does sound like the city's essentially been subsidizing those transit services for a long time. And there was a decision made that we just don't have the financial resources to be able to absorb that anymore, is what it sounded like. So.
And Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, it didn't happen 1 month prior to the termination of the service. They've been in conversation for a while.
Well, in fairness to CDC, and I don't know that this is a fair assertion that they put in here based on what I'm hearing, but in fairness to them, they did lose a service that was being provided to them by CATSI, and they're trying to find a way to absorb some of that loss to get the children into their center. So I'm akin to any or zero recommendations. If anybody would like to make one in any fashion.
25,000.
We have $25,000 on the table, which will help buy half a van. Can I get a thumbs up on that, or do I have another suggestion from anyone?
I would say that we go with the average,
Which is,
39.
well, I couldn't get a thumbs up on 25. I'll certainly try for 39.
I would suggest for the 39 is what I would say. It's not a terrible, massive number. I think it's a decent compromise.
Well, let's do it like we did it last time. Let's see if we can get thumbs up for 25,000, and then we'll go to the 39. So do I have a thumbs up for 25,000? Okay. Do I have a thumbs up for 39,000? Okay, it was a tie. So now what? Yeah.
Did you vote twice?
Ramshambo.
Oh, I can't wait to read the paper tomorrow.
Did you get to vote twice?
They
We're voting for the
Ramshambo.
floor and then we're seeing if we can escalate it.
Oh, okay.
And I had the same number of votes, so we'll try it one more time and see if we're still stagnant. So 25,000. I have one,
Voting for the
two,
floor, Ray.
Oh, yes.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 39,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 25,000 it is.
5 is a majority.
6 is a higher majority than 5.
Okay. I think there's
there's
confusion about how we're doing.
Yes.
25 passed, right?
That's with 6 votes.
Yeah, but I don't,
But if we
don't
could
need to
pass with the
compare.
majority.
Exactly.
If we could pass with the majority,
Oh, that's
the
true.
higher
Yeah.
amount.
That is true.
Yeah, yeah.
So give me the 39 again then.
I think there was
1,
5
2,
plus.
3, 4, 5. There are 5 of us.
Yeah.
So so 39 it is. I apologize.
Yeah.
Is it actually, it's 39 even?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you are absolutely correct. I was going with the majority, and that is not what happens in that situation. So 39,000 it is for child development. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the correction. Community Action Partnership of Natrona County, they're asking for 92,500.
Going up to 52,000.
Oh, it is 52.5. I need to clean these again, I think. Thank you for that. This is a very long dissertation that I'm not going to get into because I know everybody read their packet. And our average on this one is 39,000, so 40,000 out of a out of a $52,000 ask. So looks like about an 80% fund rate is the average. If everybody is okay with that, Lisa?
I just want to say, they do so much for the community. They will give bus tokens, they give food vouchers, and with ERAP and everything being cut off in here pretty soon, the need is going to be exponential. So it's and they help with a lot of different things, not just one particular thing. So they will also help, like if people are losing their homes or getting evicted or utilities or something like that.
Part of their dissertation was the strength of the alignment with the city of Casper's goals in city engagement, or in citizen engagement, so. Okay,
So I didn't have a dollar amount there, which messes with your.
would you like to do that?
Yes, and now that I know what it is, because I was very unclear and had to ask a bunch of people, and then I couldn't use the spreadsheet, so I'll
Okay.
fund it because this is a full amount.
If you tell Fleur what it would be, then she can make the adjustment. Okay, so that should change our recommendation to just under 47,000. So an average from counselors, this is, you know, I hate to split hairs, but we're talking $5,000. If we're gonna fund 47,000, why wouldn't we fund the $52,000 they're asking for? That just doesn't make sense to me. So I would ask you for full funding on this one.
I'm good with it.
Okay, done. 52.5.
And they do a good job. I would reiterate that with what.
They do, but I just don't see the point of giving them everything but $5,000. That
I
just
agree.
doesn't make sense to me.
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Hope House, we've already agreed on 40,000. Correct? Okay, moving on. Iris Clubhouse, we've already agreed on 40,000. So that'll take us to the Mercer FRC and YEC. Funds will primarily be used to augment their program needs for family and parenting, early intervention, education, counseling services related to fiscal management, supplies, occupancy expenses, and staff training. Their ask is for $200,000. It looks like our average is about 80, little under 81,000 of a 200,000 ask. Sir.
So just a bit of history. So the city funded the Youth Empowerment Council through its line item. And then probably about 3-4 years ago, I think Carter approached the council and said, hey, can we move it to the 1 cent process? And so the Youth Empowerment Council, which has been funded by the school district, but no longer is funded by the school district, really only gets its funding from the city to help continue with its work that it does. I'm the liaison to the Youth Empowerment Council, and so we have worked with them and been a part of that process with Mercer Family Resource Center. So 200's a big ask. I know we're not going to get to that point, but I would say we either get to the average or close to.
The average is 95,000. Kyle.
Yeah.
And then Amber, sorry.
Thanks, Bruce. And thanks, Ray. I know you're liaison to that board and you've worked with them for a long time. Can you remind us what programming they do, what sort of events they hold every year?
Yeah, so they do two different ones that work within the community. First one is they do a suicide prevention awareness. So they do that. They go into the schools. They do presentations to the middle schools and high schools. The other one that they do is they do Y Amplify, which is drug and alcohol-free events for youth within Casper.
How many events? I thought it was just a couple.
Well, let's say 2 or 3. Yeah.
They also have all those classes for when your kids get busted with the vapes at school.
And if we look at Mercer Family Resource Center as a whole as well, lumped into it.
No, I've not been to one, but I've sent a kid maybe.
I used to teach that. I used to teach those classes.
I see you're the reason they're vaping.
I think that we should at least do 100,000 since 6 people have voted for 100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it seems.
Okay, so we have a recommendation for $100,000 on the table.
I do just have one question.
Yes, please.
Ray, maybe you can answer it. Is it, they didn't really break it out into, it says they'll be used to augment all program needs and Youth Empowerment Council, so I don't have any clarity into how much, if Youth Empowerment Council is basically solely funded through the city, like, do you know what chunk of this ask is going to Youth Empowerment Council?
Not much. I will say a portion of it. So what they do is, for several years, they used to have just a specific person hired that ran the Youth Empowerment Council and was solely to do that. Now they have one person that does multiple different programs. So they're doing all those programs plus running the Youth Empowerment Council, if that makes sense. And so instead of having the one Youth Empowerment Council coordinator, this person has multiple different parenting programs, could be doing all kinds of stuff. So I think they get a small portion of that funding.
Okay, so I have a recommendation for $100,000 on the table. May I have participation? Okay, very good. 100,000 is good. At this point, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess, let everybody stand up, collect their legs, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do, and then we will reconvene at about 10 minutes after 7 and keep after it. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I worked with them.
I was actually in my office.
The trust is.
No, I was still at work.
Oh, were you?
I was just listening.
Youth Empowerment Council, we
YouTube
use them for that
because
participatory
traveling
training.
to Laramie
I think I've told you about it.
I saw the article.
Yeah, so we do that PGM program with them. So I meet with them twice a month.
No, I just loaded it all in
And
the
then I also,
backpack.
I mean, so I'm working pretty closely
Take
with
it home and sort it out.
So I'll know what they're doing. Okay. So, yeah.
The only reason, I like the idea in theory, they were the ones that originally, the skate park idea came out of.
Yeah.
Stuck in the rain?
And I was really disappointed to see it fizzle out within just a couple months, and then it feels like it was never talked about again, and now it's totally different entities kind of having to pick up the torch.
I got a couple of these and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna slow it down.
So when I used to have one,
And then the construction zone up in Blossom, man, I tell you, bro.
person could really focus in on it.
Oh, no, there's a long,
Yeah, so poor Justine
It
has
slowed me down quite a bit too. I didn't
So
see this
YC is
more
just-
when I was going out.
So
Oh,
what
yeah.
I've always said, and
Yeah, I
actually,
think
Harvey
so.
Council coordinated years and years ago,
So, yeah, it was a lot slower than I expected.
that Mercer County Resource Center kind of developed it into its
Sure.
programming.
Oh, okay.
And it had to,
problem.
because the school district cut their funding.
Come to you, text me or call or anything. Come by, whatever
The
you
city
do.
of Casper used to give them like 30,000 a year. So they were like, if I remember the budget was like 80,000 a year total with all that we're getting for all those 6 plus some various different grants, but now they don't have that capability because they don't have the funding to do that, and I've told them to get other try to go after different.
Appreciate it.
Any idea how often that SPAT team is going in high schools and doing?
Yeah, I just had that conversation. NC, they're in regularly all the time. They've been having a hard time in some of the middle schools. This is last year because the school district kind of put a kind of a
If you talk about suicide, kids are gonna do it, kind of shit.
yeah. So they struggled this last year, but they're still presenting to probably 2,000-3,000 students a year. So yeah.
How many kids are in the group?
Well, there's 8 in my PGM group from YC, but overall about 20.
Good to see you.
Not like when I had 100 kids.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, my buddy Rodney.
How many regularly showed up? Rodney? I know Rodney. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Worked at the counseling center.
So about 40 or 50 that showed up, but in my membership list I had about 100. So Rodney, I supervised him in his BSW.
Still around.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's the counselor over at Lincoln Elementary. So I was supervising him because he was an intern for me.
I don't know the answer to that. I know he's
So he got through as an intern. I said, why don't you stick around and see if I can pay you?
He gets back this week.
Just 10 hours a week.
In fact, I know
Tell me what
he's
and I had just taken it over, and I said, they only had like, they were only like 4 or 5 years.
No problem.
So I said, here's your job. Your job is 10 hours a week. It's work done. So I don't know. And at the time, they were letting us go in.
Right.
You can whatever you wanted. And I said, go in, start recruiting. I want to get a ton of kids from every school. And so my job was, I had this list, and I said, I want kids from every school represented on the youth empowerment council. So we went in there, and he went and recruited like a madman. So we had kids represented from every school, every middle school, every high school, and St. Anthony's. It was the best 3 years. I loved it. The only reason I left, St. Anthony's offered me to train after I got my master's, and much better pay. No opportunity. But those 3 years from the youth empowerment council,
Just started.
the best. So I have a heart.
It's on my thing. Yeah.
When if they could, if there were 45, 50 kids showed up, that'd be stuff. I've only shown up to a couple meetings. In those meetings, again, I was a bit disappointed that
I saw it on my calendar.
Yeah, we did
just
this,
kind
we did this.
of went away. Even when they came up with the name,
just rip it.
YO Rampage.
They went over him.
YO Rampage, it'd be hard to fight that type of skaters being like, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah.
You probably have no.
Bam Margera and those guys.
I love the name. I'd love to see those kids get involved. I don't know if they're going to like the 07 skate park has like 5 different subcommittees.
Oh, wow.
Still trying to work that out.
Yeah, some things on our recruitment. Kids got limited capacity. The kids that are doing stuff like that are probably honor students and they're doing extracurricular, so they probably don't have much time. But I'd love to have kids like that on campus.
A lot of them.
The kids that
majority of us that can leave in the next 5
meeting,
years.
I want to find those kids and get them involved.
So I meet 2 more times with the PTO kids.
Yeah, I'd like to, unless I stroke out first.
I'll still meet with YC, so I'll start kind of.
There's always that when you're at the top.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure you're exercising the learning to manage that, because
Casper
that kind of job is swallowing.
Oh, man.
The trust.
Yeah, it's,
He's, McPeters, he seems to do pretty good.
he does. I'm trying to learn from him.
I'm looking for that 17, 18-year-old kid that consider, like, is interested, and like, I just,
He's so lucky though.
man, I wanna find those kids
Just
that
constant.
wanna make things
People just
happen.
after him all the time, and
I
you
can't
don't
find
find
people my age.
nearly as much as he does.
Right.
I am just begging and pleading.
They don't want to.
All right, 7:10.
No, they don't.
Let's take our seats, please, and keep moving. It is now 7:10. We will reconvene.
Organize around a shared goal. Same thing.
Keep in mind, you've been here about 2.5 hours, and we're about halfway done. And if I would have been, if I'd have been on my,
We'll pick up a minute.
if I'd have had my thinking cap on, I would have had dinner brought in, but I apologize for that. So, with that said, chips and cheese it is. And we will move on to the Natrona County Library, who has an ask of a little over $500,000 at $521,000. This is to purchase books and materials that will be circulated and used by patrons. It's also to be used to fund a contract for security. And I can tell you, after meeting with the director of the library, they've had some issues there. If you guys remember, we had somebody posing to be a counselor in there, threatening their 1 cent funding. If they didn't
Look like my bond.
look like Michael Bond, but it was not Michael Bond.
You said that pretty quick,
It looks
Mike.
like Mike Bond, but I know Mike Bond. He wouldn't do that.
The first phone
That was
call I
our
made
tip.
was to Mr. Bond. I said, "Did you happen to be in the library this weekend?" He said, "No, I did not." I said, "Well, that is good news." So,
Glad to hear that.
anyway, Kyle, go ahead.
I have an alibi.
Thanks, Bruce. So on this one, I think I threw in $100,000 there, but I'm supportive of us funding materials. It sounds like historically the city used to provide a lot more funding for library materials, and that's just sort of kept tapering off over time. So I would like to maintain that as much as we can. However, in regards to the funding for the security officer, it sounds like that's all mostly the result of issues with the transfer station, and so before we are committing a bunch of money to improve security around that area, I would still really love to explore what it looks like moving the transfer station. I know it's FTA, you gotta coordinate with FTA, it sounds like there's a lot of bureaucracy involved, but if we're considering spending, what was the ask for
I
this
think it was
security?
281.
Oh, okay, so if we're considering that, I would wanna know if the cost to move the transfer station is at least that or less. If it's less, then I think it's an easy decision to reconsider. I don't think that's a great spot for it. It doesn't make sense to me that it's right in the middle of downtown, right across the street from the library. It's causing them all this issues. I'd love to explore that before we put too much into beefing up security around it.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
So yeah, I'm 100% supportive, definitely for books and materials. I think we've had historically a long history of doing that for the library, and I think it's important that we do that. And I say we get pretty darn close to that 240 for this one.
Counselor?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I put, I think, full funding for that. I think we also need a solution for security there. I feel, I'd like to explore, what other options we might have through CPD, rather than funding a private security, only because when we think about our SRO program and officers getting into those, into the schools, being able to make relationships with people, it seems to me like that would also be advantageous to us in this circumstance. If, we do have a lot of homeless population that is at the library, utilizing services there, in addition to, all sorts of residents. So to me, it seems like it could be advantageous, not just to improve security, but also to improve community relationships, and you see a lot of different people in there, and so I wonder, obviously that would be impactful to PD budget, we'd have to look at that, but I wonder if that's not a better way to invest that money, so we get security and the added benefit of better community interaction, knowing those folks better and having some insight into, what's going on with those folks, so I would like to explore that and see, what the impact to PD budget would be, to have, I don't know what what structure would make sense, if it's a dedicated officer or what it would look like, but I could see some advantages to spending the money that way rather than just a private security group that we don't have really any interaction with.
Well, a couple points I would make then is normally I would ask the chief, and Captain, I don't know if you're interested in speaking on this, what it would look like to have a possible SRO situation with the public library through our police department?
Mayor, council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think the problem's broader than that, just from personal experience down there. I don't know resource-wise that we could, adapt to that, but we are down there quite a bit trying to, meander through the homeless population. Some of it is, that's their place to hang out. We don't want to be present in the library where they don't want to come in there and use that facility. So I'm a proponent of all solutions on the table. If you do security, you're probably looking at $25,000 to $40,000 per person versus an officer at $85,000 to $95,000. I don't know if that's necessarily a cost-effective approach, but even in a homeless meeting, I know it is an issue. We have to figure something out.
Well, I do know eventually there is a plan to build a new public library, and so that'll certainly help alleviate that situation. So, pardon?
Can you just do that?
Right. Well, the other thing I would like to know is how much 1 cent funding is the county giving the library? I'd like to have that information, but we can't ask because. Well, I guess we could because she's technically here. It's not like we're calling her.
Well, the only problem is.
Give it to me. Give it to me, sir.
Every agency wanted to come and talk to you tonight.
True.
Every single agency.
That's true.
And we were pretty adamant that y'all were not interested in that.
And that is true. So it would be inappropriate for us to engage in anything like that. But that is one of the questions in the back of my mind.
Is it in the, are we sure it's not in the application?
So, Kyle, did you have something?
There is county funding. It is in the application.
What?
We don't have to wonder about it. How much county funding there?
How much did they fund?
2.7 million.
Wow. Okay. Kyle.
Thanks, Bruce.
Thank you for that, Amber.
Again, I don't know who would be responsible for an analysis like this, and I've pitched this idea in our homelessness task force meeting, but to me, it's still a very appealing thought to move the transfer station. We have the county building the new health department at the corner of 12th and Conwell. We have healthcare for the homeless on Life Step campus. That's a city-owned facility on city land, I believe. So it's really appealing to me to put our hub station around the place where all the resources are on city land that would give us better ability to manage it so that it's not Lisa at the library or the new executive director over at the NIC trying to manage this. I work across the street, I work right down the street from the bus hub, so we have people that tap into our water, to fill their water bottles or whatever. The reentry center drops off people there for the transfer to the bus hub and stuff, and they are hiding contraband all over Nick's campus, stashing cigarettes in, little, I let the staff know the other day, I don't know what came of it, but I just noticed these things over there, and it looks like it creates a lot of issues. And so if there was any way for us to not only contain those issues, but also be referring those people to immediately available resources in the close proximity of the hub, the mission's several blocks away. There's some food pantries a couple blocks away, but other than that, there's the library, I suppose, which some of those people do use as a resource. But I'd love to explore that possibility. Maybe there's a million good reasons not to do that, but I think it's something worth exploring.
I would just like to ask you a question. If we were to move the transfer station, does it really alleviate the congestion around the library and everything else, considering the homeless shelters are right there? Sir?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor, we've entertained a question of this nature before, what the feasibility would be of shifting the transfer station elsewhere. And the reality is, in order to do that, we have to go through the feds for them to conduct a study, for them to adjust the entire route to accommodate where in fact the transfer station should be, which is exactly why the transfer station is there. Because it was pursuant to a route study that the FTA did, a few years back. One of the things that we've tried to do to help alleviate the situation some is construct a shelter by the shelter. And I don't think that's complete yet. It's underway and happening. But indeed, that'll at least give an alternative with respect to the homeless population that are coming out of the rescue mission as a place to perhaps seek shelter as they wait for the bus to service their needs. So we're trying to look at things, but I would tell you that if indeed you do want to look at relocating the shelter, the transfer station, it will involve the feds, and we will have to go through a fairly extensive process that I would hope would include a number of questions, not only whether or not the transfer station should be there.
Thank you. Councilor Jensen?
All right, can I just say that I am for allocating one set funds to the library. The reason being is I know that part of or most 93% or some of it that comes from the county that they do give them goes directly to like utilities and paying for the mobile bus and the gas and all of that, which leaves them only like 8% or something like that. Anyways, there's not much money that actually goes towards the materials that are being kept up and replaced, and every book that goes out has that 1 cent symbol in it that's bought from what our funds are. It's a resource that the community utilizes. They see like 27,000 visitors a month at the library. And so, I mean, that is a large amount of our constituents. And I live right down there too, by the library, so I do see a lot of the homeless, and I know that they come in there, and there's a lot of issues surrounding it. But if we take away those resources and don't give them adequate funding for the 1 cent, I feel that that is also a resource that the library can provide to the homeless. They get them in there, but they can also help them fill out applications. They can help them do other services that the county funds don't allow them to have. You know what I'm saying? So it's a huge part. It's part of our Generation Casper plan is the library. I mean, it covers all of our livability, citizen engagement, sustainability. It's a necessity for our county. And I just the 1% goes to materials. If you don't have updated materials, then people aren't, who wants old books, or if you return them and they're nasty, how do those get funded?
Well, here's what I would tell you. I generally, matter of fact, I haven't to this point recommended full funding for anybody yet. This is the one situation where I will do so. Because I will tell you, after being there and visiting there, and the amount of children, women, and patrons that use that place, they have a very serious security issue there. And you heard the captain speak to how often they are there, and they've got a plan to deal with this security. And just like the captain said, you can get those people for $25,000 to $40,000 compared to $100,000 for a police officer. I'm of the opinion that both of these sides of their issue need funding, and the county is certainly participating to the tune of almost $3 million. I think we can do the 521. I think we should do the 521. That's my opinion on it. I'm just one person, so the table is open to the rest of you, but I can tell you, if you haven't been in that library, it's packed all the time.
Yep.
27,000 visitors a month is roughly 1,000 people a day.
They circulate like 43,000.
It's crazy.
Books
It's
and
crazy.
things too.
Amber.
Yeah, I would say I agree. I think we need to address both. These are two different asks, right? And I think that we need to address both. I am interested in Kyle's proposal or I hate to have to invest this much money in continued security without addressing sort of the root cause of that, and so like I believe that it is needed right now to address the problem that is in front of us at the moment. But man, I would sure like to see that money go to more resources or, you know, more books or other things that is not, you know, having a security guard there. And so I don't wanna just fund this and not address sort of the root issue of like why some of those security issues are happening. And so I do think we should, yeah, I don't know what route it makes sense to pursue, but you know, Lieutenant? Captain, sorry. Yeah, I don't know where the hierarchy
Yeah, me too.
as Captain Daphne.
El Capitan.
Yeah, was saying, you know, the issue is broad. Kyle's brought up one potential solution. Sounds like we're working on some other angles as well. I just want to keep that at the forefront, you know, as a factor in continued discussions around it. So I'm happy if we are attending to both elements of this. If we can afford full funding, great. If we can't, as long as we are allocating, you know, a healthy bit to each side of this, I would be happy. But I don't, you know, I would hate to have to continue investing in security into perpetuity. It's a lot of money.
We do have more questions, but I will tell you that part of this problem is being addressed through our homeless coalition, because that is where about 80% of their security issues are coming from. It's not from anything else, it's from that. And that is being addressed, as you know, by this council, by our homeless coalition. So those issues are being addressed currently. However, they are still living, breathing, walking, talking humans with rights who have nowhere to go during the day. They're, from what I understand, exited from the shelter at 7 a.m. They're not allowed back until 5. So there's a 10-hour period where they are out on the roam, and they have every legal right to walk into that public library just like everybody else does. And it's creating a lot of issues. And it's like you said, it's a systemic problem that we are currently trying to address in several ways. But in the meantime, it is putting the library in peril. It's putting our constituents in peril that utilize it. I mean, I don't know how I could stress 1,000 people a day walking through those doors. And I've been there several times, and it's packed all the time. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and that's got several floors and wide open. There's just a lot of places for problems. And so, with that said, Mr. Pacheco, then Mr. Bond.
Here's my suggestion. My suggestion would be is that we do look at this as two separate issues. I think we move forward with funding the books and the materials right now and put that in there. Once we put that in there, we look at and see where we're at. And then we can come back and see if we can do anything with security. I think we are trying to work through that. I've been in there, I see what's going on, I know what's going on there too. But I think it needs to be addressed. But I think right now, if we fund the books and the materials right now, and then we can kind of go down and see where we're at, then we can come back and see what we can do. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. Mr. Bond?
Yeah, I support Ray's suggestion too, kind of look at it in two pieces. I support the purchase of the resources. I'm not convinced that the transfer station is the root cause of the problem. I do think that raises a good question about, you know, I think, like you said, they're on the street, whether or not the transfer station there might be negligible. If we don't have any place to go, you could look for a warm public place to go, so the library kind of fills that. Interestingly enough, I mean, well, there's a lot of reasons, I won't go into that. But there's, the Knicks problems are mostly external, you know, on the campus. They're not, you know, but there's a whole other issue there, so, yeah.
Okay, well, that said, we have two proposals on the table. One is for full funding. One is for $240,000 for books and materials. So I'll start with a higher number first so that you can trump it if you choose. So anyone in favor of the full funding at $521,000? There are 3 of us. I will now ask for those in favor of funding the $240,000 with the caveat that it is used for books and materials. There you have it. So $240,000 for the library.
And then we'll come back and look at
security.
If we have money left at the end, we can certainly put it on our list.
Yep.
Okay, so we will move on to Safe Ride. They're asking for $21,000 to be used by purchasing vouchers, reimbursing local cab companies for their services, advertisement for safe ride services within the community, from Ford Wyoming Center, et cetera. And educational brochures related to how to use the safe ride and safe consumption practices. Also, fundraising opportunities that provide community engagement, such as first responder safe ride softball game, formerly the Casper Horseheads. All committee members are volunteer for free. No members are paid within the Natrona County Safe Ride. So all funds go back to the community in one way, shape, or form. Recommendations, sir.
Thanks, Bruce. I just wanted to remind folks, we did get an email forwarded to us from Floor. Just some further context, that last month they had vouchers in the $200 range, but sounds like this most recent month it essentially doubling. So they're seeing more and more voucher use and more people getting rides to detox. So just something to keep in mind as we, again, stress the importance of, DUI, substance abuse and stuff in our community.
Absolutely. And keep in mind, everyone that works for them is a volunteer.
It's a great program.
So this money all goes to the program. So I would recommend full funding. And it looks like that is a recommendation across the board. So do I have thumbs up for that? I'm sorry, Amber, go
I just
ahead.
want to note one thing.
Sure.
I agree. I think like this is it's a critical program. I'd just like to note that like nearly 100% of the funding for this program then is coming from the city. So it maybe feels a little odd to consider it like a nonprofit like separately versus just a line item within our budget. There's like $4,000 total dollars raised through other fundraisers. So we're taking on nearly the entirety of the program, which I don't have a problem with at all. I recommend full funding, but there's not like other funding mechanisms in play here outside of an occasional fundraiser, though I do feel like there used to be, and maybe this fundraiser is put on by the license holders to generate some funds for this as well in the past. But either way, great program. Glad to hear that its usage is increasing. That's
I can tell you it serves just our constituents 100%. And I would also tell you, this is an assumption on my part, albeit an educated one. If they had somebody on their program that was actually being paid for their work, I would assume their fundraising would probably be at a higher level. But when it's 100% volunteer, it is what it is. So, all in favor of full funding at $21,000? Okay, very good. Thank you. Self-help center looking for $232,000. Paying off their current mortgage with Platte Valley Bank for their office located in Evansville, as well as land located adjacent where they're currently building their new 18-bed safe house on the land located next to that office. So I'm just going to address the elephant in the room. I understand they probably help some folks that live here in Casper, but this is an Evansville-based company asking for Casper municipal dollars.
So I've dealt with this before. So they used to be in Casper. They were actually over at the Old Salvation Army, and then they moved to Evansville. But they serve Natrona County in the city of Casper. And they're just housed at Evansville. And so their housing that they do for the new building that they're building over in Evansville is supposed to support all of Natrona County in the city of Casper. They just happen to be in Evansville because of an opportunity to be able to rent there or to own the building where they're at.
Understood. Well, their ask is for $232,000, so I would take a recommendation or direction or comments from anyone. What's our average on that floor? 141?
But my recommendation would give them the average, because they do a lot of good work. I know I've been to a lot of their meetings. I know Lisa has as well, and they do a lot of work with domestic violence, safe house for especially women that are going through domestic violence. It's a great program.
Would it be okay to round it down to the even 141,000?
Sure.
140.
So I have a proposal on the table for 141,000 for the self-help center. Do I have approval with that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Mr. Bond, Engelbrecht, Pacheco, myself. Okay, we have it. All right, very good. So 141. Thank you. Can we get a total, please? We have 1, 2, like I just have one sheet left, so we're rocking. We're at 867,000, we're getting down. We may have a little left over if things go right, and we can go back and revisit some of these. I would prefer it be that way than not have enough when we get to the end. But keep that in mind, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. So let's go to Special Olympics of Wyoming with $140,000 ask. And we still have $1 million worth of ask for 800 and some thousand, so keep that in mind. Special Olympics. Supplement and sustain efforts needed to offer Special Olympics Wyoming programs to nearly 200 athletes, more than 25 unified sports partners, and over 300 volunteers annually who help coach, run events, and officiate. The floor's open.
I love Special Olympics.
So me too. Me too.
Last year as mayor, I had an opportunity to go to their opening games that they participate in, but the work that they do, not only locally, but the whole state, and they do some really, really good stuff. Their director, Jen, is fantastic, and she's actually used to be an employee of the city. So she's really, really good at what they do, and they've, I'm a big supporter of them.
My superintendent has a special needs daughter, and we go support her, and she swims and she bowls, and we go to all the things, and it's just, that group of people is incredible. And I will tell you, as mayor, the most rewarding thing I've done to date was the Night to Shine with that special group of people. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. So it is a wonderful organization that caters to those folks that would nary have a chance without it. So, Lisa.
I would recommend that we at least do 70 because you've got 5 people voting for 70 or more.
Okay. Amber?
I'm comfortable with that. I came in closer to 50, looking at their breakdown. To me, they've got a pretty specific budget in here, and I felt it was most appropriate to fund equipment and supplies and facility rentals, and leave them to salaries and lodging and awards and meals. Just based on what they asked for versus like the total percentage of the ask, I felt like those were the more appropriate elements of this for the city to fund.
Fair enough. So I have 70,000 on the table. Do I have approval for that? Okay, Ray? All right, very good. 70,000 for Special Olympics. That'll take us to the Science Zone, requesting $400,000 to increase their visitor capacity, improve safety conditions within our building by addressing several municipal code improvements to make their building more usable, including but not limited to a plethora of things. I will tell you, I understand the plight for the children. I get it, but this is and I understand the community engagement part of it, but this is not something, in my opinion, that hits real hard with our goals. They stepped out of their building at the Slumberland and they purchased a very large purchase of that building over there. And it looks to me like the building's not even suitable for, so it's a little surprising that they would spend that much money on a building that isn't suitable for them. That's just a thought, but that's what I'm reading in their dissertation. So, Amber.
I think that this is all part of a much larger capital campaign for them. Like they've got, I think, $15 million that they're working on raising and are getting, quite a bit of commitment from a lot of different places, several grant awards over $120,000, which I think bodes well for their traction on the project. I'm bummed that they didn't break it out a little more specifically. They just lumped $400,000 together, but I know they have some specific projects in there, so it would have been helpful for me to be like, is there one of these within that scope that we can fund completely? So I was sort of left to guess at that, and I just went with 100,000 because that feels like enough to tackle one of the larger sort of systems issues that they're trying to tackle within their facility. But I actually think that the Science Zone adds a lot to our livability. It's good to have diversity in our museums. It's not all just art. We've got something interactive. We've got a different angle to that museum. So I do think it's important to our sort of museum mix that we have. I just wish that I could have a little bit more detail in the project overall, so I could say like, let's fund the HVAC or, you know, something sort of specifically. So absent that, I just picked a portion.
Jenna?
I was trying to collect my thoughts here. So I appreciate the science zone and what it contributes to the society too, but I do not, like Amber was saying, I'd like to see it broken down into more so we could do maybe one project instead of that. But again, if we're gonna pay for their HVC, then we should pay for other people's, you know, refurbishing their buildings, to your point earlier that you had made. And that's where a large variety of this comes. They also charge to go in, so it's not like a free library that you're walking into. So those are just points that I'm considering with it, and that's.
Thank you. Kyle?
Thanks, Bruce. I've been on their board outside the scope of council for like 4 or 5 years, so I'm trying to be as objective as possible. And Stephen and I have had lots of talks about when I put on my council hat, when I put on my science zone hat. So I'm trying to be right down the middle. They do charge to get in. I think it's $225, $250. It's pretty, small fee. I think there's some merits to the argument that it would be helpful for them to have broken down what this was going towards. I do know though, HVAC is a huge issue. This past summer, they had no cooling. It was hot as crap in that museum. I was sweating the last time I was over there. So HVAC, I think fire suppression is a big issue, and then bathrooms, I think, was another big one. You did mention they moved buildings. They were in the basement of Slumberland renting that space. They had a donor give them a facility over off of, I think it's Antler Drive, by the tire shop, right there by the First Street Bridge, First and Poplar. And that was not a good location. The facility was not in good, the bones weren't, the skeleton wasn't really good. And so they essentially sold that property and used that to leverage this purchase of another property. It is, I think, part of a larger capital campaign. Their goal is to essentially be Wyoming's Museum of Nature and Science, down in Denver, and I think that's absolutely within their grasp. If that helps folks, I think it's HVAC, fire suppression, and bathrooms. But I think, there's merit to some of the rebuttals some people have made, so.
Okay, well, Ray?
I like what they do. I think they do add a good livability and to the community. I'd be willing to give them either the average or a little bit under the average.
5 of you chose $100,000. And last time we had that much of an overwhelming cost, that's what we went with. So I would propose $100,000. I don't want to propose that, but it seems to me that that's what you guys are doing. This doesn't fit for me, so I'm going to abstain from this one. But, sorry.
You don't get to abstain.
Well, I think I do.
No.
You can vote no.
Well, you're right, I can vote no. And it's not that I'm against the science zone, I just don't, once that money, the other projects that we're looking at, this one just doesn't fit for me.
Doesn't help the homeless.
Yeah, well.
Then I'll make a recommendation.
Okay, please.
I'll make a recommendation to fund them at $100,000.
Okay, so I have a $100,000 funding recommendation on the table. Do I have approval? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have approval. 6. $100,000 for the science zone. Thank you all for the deliberation. I appreciate it very much. Unaccompanied Students Initiative, $100,000. Will help underpin costs associated with running their program, otherwise known as general operating funds. Items that are to be included: utilities, transportation costs, salaries, food, clothing, other costs associated with items that their students may need, graduation expenses, school trips, cell phone minutes, etc. All those expenses are vital to running their program. Salaries included here because the people who provide all the guidance, transportation, and support are staff members. Sir.
So with Mimi's House closing, they are the only ones in the city right now doing any type of housing for homeless students. So I will just put that out there as a caveat.
Anyone else?
So they do have funds, they're building a house, and so I believe the total will be 14 students, 7 on each side.
Yep.
7 boys, 7 girls. And so, I think it's a good program and they're expanding throughout Wyoming.
They have $1.8 million in their reserves. And their annual operating budget is around $776,000. So they've got about 2.5 years worth of operating in reserves.
They did provide some context for that, because I noticed that as well. We have capital funds from the sale of an asset in 2022 that are being used currently for interest buildup. They'll be used for that purpose until we are ready for other building projects. We are projecting 2 new buildings in the next 2 to 4 years. But the timeline is unsure. The change in capital reserve is from a private foundation grant that we won specifically for the new house in Mills, Wyoming. So it sounds to me like they have money in capital reserve that's sort of earmarked for building projects to increase housing numbers.
Where are we at on the average?
64,000.
Okay, the ask is for 100. The team average is 64. Do I have a recommendation?
How about 64?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm comfortable with the 64.
Okay, I have a recommendation for 64,000. All in favor? Okay, very good, thank you. United Way, $19,986 is their ask.
It's pretty.
The request will be used for rental space. The 4 months the program operates along with supplies. The funding allows the services to continue while reaching further into the community for years to come. This is the only free tax assistance program in Natrona County that prepares returns with IRS certified volunteers at no cost to the taxpayer.
This is a good program.
Yep.
I request full funding for the United Way.
Same.
Everybody did.
Okay, all right, very good. So we're in agreement, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll give them 19,986. Those are the easy ones. Wyoming Food for Thought, $165,000. They're requesting to purchase a tractor that will be used year-round. They're also requesting funds to install 3 sets of fire doors in the former North Casper School for fire life safety.
72.
That's about it. Their ask is $165,000. The average from you folks is 72,000. So I would entertain any discussion or accept a recommendation. Amber?
As much as I love the averages, I'm trying to look at the budget detail and pick an amount that makes sense for the items that they're looking for. So I'd pick 90 because that'll get them the tractor and the doors. And that leaves them the shed, the pad for the shed, and all staff positions outside of what we're willing to fund. That was my rationale for 90.
So is that your recommendation?
Sure.
With the caveat that it's used for the tractor and the fire doors?
Well, I would just say like either we should do 90 or we should do 50 and get them the fire doors and not pick an ambiguous number that's sort of like, ooh, it almost gets us what we need but doesn't quite.
Well, sounds like the tractor's pretty integral to their operation and they have stressed that they're gonna use it all year. Yes?
Can I put 50 on the table?
Sure.
Where's tractor? Or fire doors?
40 is for the,
For the fire doors.
Okay.
I would also like
That's
to,
essential.
I would like to entertain the 90. They need the tractor. It's not only for gardening and tilling, it's for snow removal.
Yeah.
It's a big property.
Okay, great.
So let's do both,
Okay.
if we may. So we'll do the 50 and we'll do the 90. So all in favor of the 50?
Are we?
Are we doing the working it up again, or are we doing one or the other?
How do you want to do it? We have 50 and we have 90.
Let's do both.
Let's do both?
Vote on both.
Fine. 50?
Can I?
Yes, you may.
I don't feel informed enough yet. Carter, I wonder if you'd be able to provide any context. It looks like we don't have Andrew here, but part of this pitch is to help clear snow and spread salt in the neighborhood. What sort of leniency do we expect to give them? You know, is it their property, or would they be allowed to use this tractor to help clear snow in adjacent neighborhoods, or just trying to quantify that value?
I appreciate that question, Mr. Mayor, Counselor. We don't typically suggest that people do that they venture out into the streets and clear streets. and
Actually, we
those kind of
frown on it.
we would discourage it mostly because there's just a ton of liability issues with that. property damage issues that occur all the time, even with skilled drivers and plow drivers and so on. If that's a motivation, I would say, let's not use that as a deciding criteria for, because we really don't want them out there in public streets clearing snow.
Thank you.
Have any of you toured that facility? I think we all have, haven't we? It's a very large piece. I definitely see the need for their tractor, but
Well, they said it's for sidewalks, not for the street.
their sidewalks.
It's a lot of
Which is
sidewalk.
appropriate. They're allowed to clean those.
It's a
They
lot
should
of
be
sidewalk.
That's a lot of sidewalk. Well, and they've got a lot of tilling and digging.
Do they specify, because they say North Casper streets are notoriously treacherous. I guess I came away with a different interpretation of that, but.
So it says, the tax use fund to purchase salt for spray on a sidewalk. And then down below it says,
They wanna do around the neighborhood too, so not just at North Casper.
Not just
but
North
around
Casper, but around the
Well, we
neighborhood.
would have to discourage them on that point,
Neighbors to
certainly.
maintain their
Sure.
mobility.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, the sidewalk adjacent to their property is their responsibility. Sidewalks and streets elsewhere would not be. Certainly if they wanted to clear sidewalks for neighbors, that is probably, a laudable thing, but again, streets, I'd say we really shouldn't encourage.
Okay, so we have a $90,000 ask on the table. We have a $50,000 ask. How do you want to proceed?
Could I please get a reminder of how much we have left? Because we're down to our last two, I think, this one and one more.
We are.
How much do we have left?
Still. 470.
472. So we're probably going to be able to go back and give some more help in some areas, which is a fantastic situation for us to be in. So we have 50 and we have 90. Which would you like to go first? It makes no difference to me.
90.
90. All those in favor of the 90 for the tractor and the doors? That is unanimous. All those in favor of the 50,000?
Well, we already passed 90.
I don't think we need to go
You still have to vote for both. Got to put them both on the floor. 90 it is, there. Thank you. 90 it is. Thank you very
I
much.
voted no on the 50.
Listen, you guys, don't start changing the rules on me now. I'm struggling. Okay, last one is the Youth Crisis Center. This is to provide critical support for the general care services needs and programming for over 2,200 youth that they anticipate to serve in the 2023 through 2027 grant cycle. Funding areas, operational needs, utilities, cost of water, sewer, heat, cooling, which provide direct care, staff training, background checks, which provide support, and so on. Mental health, substance abuse assessments. I mean, the list goes on. I know you've read it. Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna say the full ask, and this is why I'm gonna say it. They serve the community of Casper and directly work with the police department. They work with the sheriff's department, working with the kids, not only for group home, but they also do that for crisis housing for kids that have issues and need to go for one day, or it can be a week. And so they I just took a tour of it, and they showed me what they're planning and what they're doing. And it's a pretty great program. And they're really working towards more of the mental and behavioral health aspect of it, rather than just the housing component, so.
Okay, well, 4 of you did vote for the entire 100, and you have 100 on the table. So do we have approval? Jenna, do you have a comment?
Kind of. I get it, where we're going with all of this stuff and things, but it's just kind of, I'm fine, but I don't want 100.
Well, 100's on the table, so do we have approval for the 100?
Well, there's healthy people in this community too. And, and it's like we have the library, we have arts, we have other things that other people use. And just seems that when we're giving all of our monies to, I understand the need and for the homeless and for the mental and all of that, but there's other people that live in our community that are constituents. And we deserve good things too. I don't know if that's the right words to put, but when we have extra money, we need to go back and think about how our community is going to,
I agree with you, but we have no greater responsibility than to the youth, and we're talking about the Youth Crisis Center. I'm sorry, there's not a bigger ask in this entire pamphlet for me than that. Kyle.
Thanks, Bruce. I have a comment, but I was looking for clarification from Carter. We own the building over there, the land. What do we own over there?
we certainly own the land, Mr. Mayor, Counselor. But I can't remember what our relationship is with the building. I think they've received funding in the past for the building, but I'm not sure that we actually own the building. Can you clarify?
Your members council, we own the land and leased it to them, but no.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess just my comment would be, I've worked at WBI on their residential adolescent unit, and I've worked at Central Wyoming Counseling Center doing case management in their family care programs. And Youth Crisis Center fits a niche. When you're talking about the continuum of care, they fill a niche that is otherwise not served. So when it's either kids coming out of intensive acute patient and needing kind of a step-down environment, or whether it's kids that outpatient therapy is not serving them well enough and they need kind of more a step up in care, it's filling a niche that I don't think any other agency is really filling at this time. So for that reason, I think they have a very strong application, and that's why I would support it.
If you are to fully fund it, you'll still have $282,000, $282,514 to allocate to other areas, which the first place we'll go back to is the library, but we've got to deal with this first. So there's a $100,000 ask on the table.
I would say yes.
It is approved, okay. Thank you for that. Now, we have $282,514, I believe, is that right?
We tabled the boxing group.
282,514. All right, so let's go back first to
Casper boxing.
we did table the Casper, and that's actually the only one we tabled because everything, that one in the library were tabled. Everything else was either funded or put aside. So, Casper Boxing Club. They're asking for $90,000 to buy a new or used passenger vehicle to be able to travel with the competitive boxers. Could also use a vehicle for pickup around town to get them to the gym for classes. They could serve a higher number of youth in the community. They currently rent vehicles from Avis to get to competitions. So
Supporting good youth people.
I could tell you this,
No problems.
$90,000 for a used van is
Trying not
outrageous
to.
because you can get one for about half that, even right now.
So give them 15.
15?
Yeah, what did you want?
What's 15,000 gonna buy them other
I don't know,
than,
what did you just say? I didn't hear you all the way, I
I
guess.
said
I was looking at the average, the 20,000 or whatever.
oh, well,
That's what I was
my
looking
only thing is, they need a bus. That's what they're asking for. So we either need to give them enough money to get a bus or we just don't need to fund them.
Yeah.
There's no point in giving them $15,000 because you're not buying a van for that. So
I give it to them.
my opinion would be we either give them enough money to buy a decent van, and I would think 30 or 40,000 would go a long way to doing that. Or
It keeps them off the streets.
or we give them nothing because
Give them something
anything
constructive.
less than that isn't gonna buy them what they need. That's my opinion. Take that and 50 cents and I don't think you can still buy a cup of coffee in this town. So,
How about 50% of their ask, that's 45,000.
45,000. So I have an ask of 45 on the table. Do I have approval for that?
I get behind that.
Okay, 45 it is. And the last thing we have left that we said we would go back to if we had any additional funding.
Did we table Crush, by the way?
We didn't table it, we pushed it out.
So we're not gonna do anything with it.
And I wrote, the only thing we actually tabled was the boxing. I'll tell you what we put on the side. Casper Legion Post 2, Casper Skeet, Casper Soccer, Casper Legion Post 2, Casper Skeet Club.
I thought, did
Yeah,
we not
we
approve
did
that
the
one?
No, we
Skeet.
funded
We-
Skeet, 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Casper Skeet we funded?
Yes.
Yeah, 15.
How much?
15 of the 30 that they.
Yeah, I apologize, I missed that one. So the only thing we have on the side is Casper Legion Post 2. We have Mike Cedar BMX. We have
I say to go back to the
Casper
library.
Baseball Crush.
Back to the
And then we
library.
promised to go back to the library if we had any funding left.
Let's go there first. I feel comfortable with the ones.
Where we're at.
So the library, I can't seem to find it in my notes, but I remember specifically the additional ask was for $281,000 for security. We gave them the $240, whatever it was, for books and materials. And the additional ask was for $281. I don't want the appearance of impropriety to be great just because that happens to be someone that's in the room. That is just unfortunately
37,514.
where we were at.
It's a community asset that fits into everything.
That is correct. So, but there were also some other ones that you underfunded.
Yeah, are there any other priorities that folks have that they feel
Well,
like?
and I asked as we went through each one, and everybody seemed happy with where we were at.
Real comfortable with.
Sir.
The only thing I would suggest as a consideration, we do have an ordinance that requires parking lots to be paved. And there are a number of those facilities that could stand the work. Not only to meet ordinance, but with respect to a lot of the other issues that are there. And certainly I do agree that piling up snow right next to a muddy lot isn't a great solution. But we do have a number of facilities that could use some parking lot help. I would say, given that that's our facility, given that we do have an ordinance that requires parking lots to be paved, it may merit some consideration with this particular request, if indeed that's what they're asking. I thought that's what they were.
How much money do we still have left? 237. My only issue with that would be if we're going to continue to dump snow there, how much damage are those loaded down? And I can tell you from experience, a loaded dump truck full of snow is going to be an easy 40,000 pounds, easily. So how much damage is it going to do to a newly asphalted parking lot, wheeling in and flipping around and backing up with 40,000 pounds on 10 wheels? That's, you know, I know what my trucks do to parking lots. If it was concrete, it'd be one thing, but asphalt does not hold up under that kind of weight with turning.
Would you dump snow there still if we paved it?
I've got an idea, Mr. Mayor, with regard to that particular dump site that I think would accommodate snow a lot better. And still give our plow, our drivers an accessible site and the relative.
Where exactly is this? Can you like put it in my brain?
Mike Cedar Pool.
Oh,
It's the facility right next to Mike Cedar Pool.
Behind it where the tennis courts used to be.
further south, so if you're pulling into Mike Cedar, it's on the left?
All the way at the end.
Yeah.
Where the putt-putt golf.
When you're going into Mike Cedar, you turn off the 25th and you're going into Mike Cedar Pool, it would be, oh, it's past it? Okay. Well, isn't that lot paved substantially already?
It's paved for the tennis courts.
That's right. You've got paving by the pool.
And they think they could finish the paving for 80,000?
No, that's the average.
Oh.
205.
No. Yes.
So do you know where the 205 number came from? Is that them hiring a private contractor? Do we have the capacity to do that for less internally? Do you know?
That was their.
Even if we had the capacity, I could tell you after my discussion with Andrew today on Midwest, we don't have the people or the time. We're buried, our street department.
Oh, we got 4 years.
Well,
Cycle.
there is that.
What do you think,
Doesn't have to be tomorrow.
What is your thought, Carter?
Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I would say that if council wanted us to build something like this into our rotation over the next 4 years even, we could make it work. I would be concerned about making sure our out-of-pockets were covered.
Right.
And that would be my only hesitation.
Well, and the other thing is they got a bid, let's say, last month for this, and this money doesn't come to fruition for 4 years. And we all know what happens to material costs, diesel costs, everything else in 4 years. So that 200,000 could easily become 500,000 in 4 years. We've seen it happen. The one-way to two-way is a perfect example of a $300,000 increase in 4 years. So, sir.
Thanks, Bruce. Reminder, this is the group that has upgraded $130,000 to facilities they don't own. They also included a picture of their parking lot with their application. It's heinous. It's really terrible. Straight up swamp. And if that is true, that we have city ordinance on the books that all parking lots must be paved, I mean, I feel like we have an obligation to, get some of this done, so.
Certainly never hurts to upgrade a city asset either. Ray.
I would say that if we have the funding to do it, and upon what Carter's saying about the ordinance, my suggestion would be that we just move forward with that to pay the BMX parking lot. They've been talking to me for a couple of years, so.
Well, it's on the table if you want to fund it. Ma'am?
I don't feel like I have a good grasp of where this number came from and if we think that we can do it, what our out-of-pocket expenses would be if we did it internally. Because I don't wanna earmark 200,000 if we can do it for 170 and do it internally. Since it is our property.
Well, the money would come back to us anyway, right? It's not like we're,
You mean from 1 cent? For sure, yeah.
It would go into the end of year excess 1 cent.
Correct.
Funds.
correct. So it's not like we're gonna piss it away. The only fear would be, like Carter said, to make sure that our costs are covered over a 4-year period.
Yeah.
In other words, one of the things we may be able to do is borrow from a reserve fund or an opportunity fund and then replace it as that money comes in every.
Kind of underwrite the project.
Yeah, literally, because we're getting paid back with our own money, so it's not like we're spending money. We're, Ray had mentioned, funding it, so that's on the table. It's up to you folks. Do I have approval for funding the parking lot?
Reminder real quick on the remainder and the ask.
237,000 is the remainder, and the ask is 205,200.
So we'd have 32 left.
36,800, I believe. Is that right? Sir?
A proposal to consider,
Please.
Mr. Mayor. If indeed, we could get 150 for this project, and if that's not enough, we'll come visit with you during a capital agenda and see where you'd recommend.
Okay.
Just a
Amber?
proposal.
I feel better about that. That seems like more reasonable. I mean, I haven't seen that parking lot in a while, and I'm certainly not an asphalt expert, but it seems like we could do it cheaper internally.
If we gave 150, what would that leave us, please? 87? So I'll tell you why this does my heart good. If we could pass the 150, give the 87 to the library over a 4-year period, if our captain is correct and they could pick somebody up for that $25,000, $30,000 range, this would get them 3 years worth of security in there until we can get shit worked out over there.
I like that proposal, and I also think we should remove any caveats that we have that the 240 has to be used for materials. I think we should let them prioritize whether it's materials or security, the sum total.
Okay, well,
Because it could be a more critical.
Let's do one at a time. Let's do the $150,000 for the parking lot. Do I have approval for that? Okay, we are good to go on that. Secondly,
Bruce,
sir,
could I interject before we move on to the library? I had a question to Carter. This obligation we have to pave our parking lots, would that also extend to the VFW Memorial off Collins? Do you think we're in violation of our ordinance over in that area as well?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, that's a fair question, and I would hedge just a touch because I think we've got a required parking paved over there, because it's not a complete gravel pit, if you will.
Okay.
There's a portion that's gravel. So I'm hedging a bit, but I would say that we may be in violation of our ordinance over there.
okay, and then lastly, can you remind me where the library is in here?
It's right below the BMX.
Right below the BMX? Oh, there it is. So, can you give me the final, what's left? $87, so that'd be 60, be 327, 514. So what I'm gonna propose is to amend our award to the library from 240 to 327, 514 with no caveats. They can do what they need to do with it. They need to hire some security, they could buy some books, they can do whatever they want. I mean, they have smart people in those positions to make them decisions. We certainly don't need to be doing it for them. So I would ask you to remove the 240 award to the library, re-amend it to 327,514 with no caveats. Do I have approval for that? Okay, that is passed. And
Carter, what sort of consequences may come our way if someone chooses to take us up on this violation of ordinance regarding the parking lots? I think it's bad practice of us to not address it.
well, we can't use grant money, 1 cent grant money for that anyway, so we can address it, but it won't be in this right here,
We're
right
using
now.
it for the BMX park.
Pardon me?
Aren't we using it for the
Because they
BMX?
submitted a grant application. We don't have a grant application to do a parking lot at the VFW.
And
No,
so-
those two,
The Casper Legion
memorial.
VFW Memorial on Collins Street.
Did we get anything from them?
Yes.
That was the Zonta Patterson parking lot over there.
I guess I missed that.
That was, what
It's
was
the
your
Casper
argument?
Legion post.
Oh, I thought that was baseball.
No, Casper Legion Post 2.
Hold on, let me go back.
The Veterans Memorial, we allowed them to put on city land last year.
All right, let me amend again. Thank God we're not in session where everything is dead right. Let me amend. In order to keep us within ordinance, if we were to give post 2 the 60, we could still give, and that would get us in our own compliance.
They're asking for 120.
Well, we could give them the 60 to get the lot paved, and that would still,
So their
That would
budget
still
says
give-
it'll be 82,125 for the asphalt.
how much?
82,125.
82,125. Can you, Fleur, can you do the math for me? 327,514 minus 82,125? Because we certainly don't want to be in violation of our own ordinances. That, Kyle's correct, that is not a very bright. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, to be fair, I'm not necessarily sure that we are in violation over there, in that we may have a required parking paved.
Right.
Yeah, you've
That's
got
what-
most
yeah.
of it already paved, it's just
There's a-
small.
They want it bigger, they want more.
Right.
It's not.
There's-
That's not required parking.
Because of the land.
Right. So we may be in accordance with the ordinance on that. on that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think we'll just leave it the way it is. It's already passed vote. We're just gonna leave this, and if we do find out that we are in non-compliance, then Carter's gonna have to figure that out in his capital budget, how to get it taken care of. But it sounds like it's already paved over there, and that is not required parking, so we should be okay.
So leave the library at the 320?
Yes, sir, at the 327,514. That's what we had approval for. So I think we'll just leave it, and Carter, I'm sure you'll do the work to find out if we're in compliance over
We'll
there or
look
not.
into it,
Go
absolutely.
ahead, Amber.
Yeah, I'd just like to remind us that this part of 1% is for nonprofit support. It's not to bring the city into compliance with its own ordinances. There are a few instances where those two things coincide.
I was gonna say the
But-
nonprofit put
There
forward
are
the
s-
application.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can win-win,
But I
it's
think
always
it's
good.
I think it's a stretch that it supports their goals or our goals. So if the motivation is to bring us in compliance with our own ordinances, like, to me, that's our own capital responsibility, and this is for
True.
nonprofit support. This
I-
has a different focus to this pot of money. We should have
Agreed.
put that in our larger.
Agreed, and one of the things, if you remember correctly, when we passed over it initially, because it doesn't align with our goals paving that parking lot.
Correct.
It does, it's not livability or sustainability, so I'm glad we ended up where we did. I want to thank you all, this was, it's hard to do things like this, you always wish you have the full amount of money to be able to take care of everybody. This is a tedious and arduous process, and I appreciate the way we were able to debate it and get through it all.
It's a good process.
It is. So with that said, we've already done Water Smart, trying to buy you some time with Jolene. So let's move on to agenda review if we might.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Can I put something else on?
Sorry,
the
yes, you may.
record? This is about the process overall. I just had a couple of notes that I'd like to say now while they're fresh in my mind. I'd like for next time, if we can have staff do some, when the applications come in, vet them first to look for missing financials and track those down before we get them in our packet. So there were just a few, like, I made some specific asks to folks, like, hey, can you send me those financials? So if we could just like have a once over from staff to say like, this is missing, give people a chance to fill in. So I heard from some people they had issues with the form. I had to call somebody today because I'm like, are your reserves literally tripling over the next 3 years? What's going on? They're like, oh no, it's just in the wrong spot. And so if staff could just kind of keep an eye out for any red flags that looks like something's wrong with the application, so we're sure we have accurate ones in our hands, that would be helpful. And then I think that there's some further refinement that we could make on the application itself. Quite a lot of people messed up the change versus new reserves and a few other elements that were like totaling and tallying things wrong, which were giving me some inaccurate information about the financial picture. So those would be just a couple of things like on the information that we were given for next time that would be helpful.
One of the questions I had, and this would be a question to pose to council is it not appropriate when you are putting out an application for people to ask you literally for millions of dollars? Is it not appropriate to put on there that incomplete applications will not be considered? I don't know that it's fair to ask our already over inundated staff to have to go through every single application and check it for accuracy. I almost, to me, when you're asking for this kind of money, that if you can't fill out an application correctly and appropriately, you shouldn't be considered. And that would be one of the caveats I would say is incomplete applications will not be considered anymore. Just a thought.
I would say I disagree. I think that like adherence to like a compliance standard is not necessarily what we're going for. Like I think if the program is great and we want to fund the program, we should fund the program if we can get the information to justify funding the program. If it's like, well, you missed checking that box or you left this out, like that feels a little draconian to me. So I think that we have enough time that we can make sure that we have the best information possible so that we can make the best funding decisions possible. So I would suggest that that not be if they still fail to produce it and we don't have any confidence then in the financial situation from the organization, I think that's fine. But to me, it's sort of like, this is a teacher brain for me, but like caring so much about the deadline that you give somebody a 0 when they could have completed the assignment and learned the thing that they needed to learn and gotten a great grade at the end of it. Like to me, the priority is the process and getting to the end result that is the best case scenario. So and I also feel like there was a lot of confusion around the Excel form, and so I think a lot of things got inputted incorrectly. So unless we're like 100% sure that our form is pristine and that there's and that it's very clear and very easy for people to fill out, I would hate to be like, well, our form was a little cumbersome for you and you didn't totally do it the way we wanted you to do it, so you're out of the running.
Well, in fairness, I do want to say, I'm not worried about unchecked boxes or a signature missing here or a date missing there. I'm talking about omitting financials that are vastly important to decisions that we're trying to make. And, those are whole pages that were literally left blank because they didn't want to give us the information or just didn't give it to us. And for me, that's just such a red flag. I just don't like that. Go ahead, Jenna.
That's what I was gonna say too, is like if we were to fill out an application for a grant incomplete, it just automatically gets pushed aside. Same thing, and these are all nonprofits, it's typical, we're not asking them. It's usually a criteria in every grant that you apply for, that you fill out all of those paperwork. So if they're not doing that, they need to ask before the deadline and allow themselves enough time. I don't give them any leeway with that kind of thing, but I understand too, so they have a chance right now. We're nice enough to give it to them to do their things, but standard practice for nonprofits and any grant application is you have to have all the correct information right then, right there.
Well, I'd like to see you walk into a bank and borrow money for a pickup truck
Right.
and not put your financials down
So
and
they
see
need,
how
what
far
I
you
guess,
get.
yeah, I'm just saying, they need to understand that we're being nice,
Right, go ahead,
but
Rick.
not accept.
So I try to keep my private life, job, and the work that I do here. This just completely intersects because of what we do and how we function is, and I've mentioned this before, is trust-based philanthropy. And trust-based philanthropy requires the fact of exactly what Amber just said. It's a conversation that a phone call to say, hey, we didn't get your financials. We just wanted to see if this was omitted, if there was a problem with that. What that does is that gives an opportunity for us to be able to look into that. And so they can sit and say, oh, yeah, I guess we forgot to do that, and we follow up with it. If we want to be like a federal grant, if we want to be like a state grant, if we want to be like that, then let's say we're going to be like that, and we don't take that. But if we want to be somewhat responsive to nonprofits that are doing the work on the ground and that we're partnering with them in a trust-based way, then we can look at that and say, hey, you know what? We can do those things, so we can make some phone calls and say, hey, we didn't get this, could you please do it? Amber was doing it, making phone calls to people getting financials. I think it's possible for us to look at that. I'm happy either way if you want to do that. I'd prefer to do it in a trust-based way. But if we want to do it and function in like a federal grant and say like, you don't give that, you don't have it, then we cut them out. That's fine.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
And sure, but do let me
Yeah, same
say,
There's different.
Ray, that I was just thinking of our employees and not trying to overload them extra. Go ahead, Kyle. No.
Thanks, Bruce. This is a discussion I feel like is totally worthy of having. I don't think we're gonna nail it down tonight. I would advocate that it be in a work session for us to refine. I think there's lots of opportunities to refine the process, the application. I don't think we should put it off forever. It's fresh in our mind, so I'd love to try to get back to it as soon as possible, but I do feel like it warrants its own kind of agenda item on a work session.
Fair enough. Sir.
I can.
Oh, sorry, Brandy, I didn't see your.
No, it's fine. Mine's real quick. I 100% was prepared to say there's no financials. I'm writing it off. That said, the one place that did that, Casper Family Connections, we unanimously voted to give them their full ask. So it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to mean it. And clearly, we don't mean it.
Well, we gave them their full ask with the caveats that they have to produce those financials.
Right.
Sir. Thank you. I hope nobody undertakes the assumption that staff didn't work really, really hard on this process and this project. There were numerous calls made. There were numerous contacts made to try to make sure everybody had the same fairness applied to them. The FLIR's team has a great relationship with the nonprofits. I'd be incredibly disappointed if some of the nonprofits pointed at staff and said it's their fault. I would be doubtful of the accuracy of that statement as well. So I hope you can appreciate where I'm coming from. FLIR's team works really hard on this, and I don't want any dispersions to be cast on the work that they go through because it's more than just putting together a pretty spreadsheet. So please be aware of that.
When
It is.
I'm 100% in agreement with you. I just didn't want to overload them even more.
Sure.
By putting more responsibility on them. That's where my heart was at on it. Not trying to be mean to a nonprofit, but our staff's already overloaded. They're already working their tails off. Let's give them more that they have to worry about.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's helpful
It's
for me to know if
efficiency.
calls were made or not made, right? If it's a continued like willful negligence towards providing the financials, that's different than an oversight, right? So I'd just like to know, like, I think we should define that, and I agree, I think we should review the whole process in a work session.
All right, let's move on to agenda review. Speaking of which, while we're on it, I would like to see if you.
Does Carter need direction for that to be on a work session?
That's what I'm advising him right now.
Sorry.
Since we're on agenda review, I would like to see if we could get that put on there so we could have a deeper discussion about how the council would like to take care of the nonprofits further. Is that okay?
Mr. Mayor, I think having a debrief with regard to the process makes a ton of sense. My only ask would be that we wait till we get past May 24th.
Budget, absolutely, of course. No, absolutely, I just want to get it on your radar, so like he said, while it's still kind of fresh in our minds, that we don't let it go and not talk about it or wait until October and everybody's gonna be like, wait, what?
No,
So-
that's very fair. And in fact, I would say we'll probably submit that on the back page for future agenda items on your grid document. there.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll try really hard to find a pristine flow, because you're right, we will not get to pristine. We just won't. That's hard to do, particularly for.
Can I just say too, is that
application like
that application is very simple compared to a lot of the other applications that are out there. And so if they're having difficulty with that, was pretty easy to negotiate.
I don't know if it was difficulty as much, it was just omission.
Right,
So,
that's where I was coming from.
okay. We will talk about it at a later date.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda review?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll make this quick, because you guys
Wait,
have put in I will, yeah, absolutely. Y'all put in a lot of time here, a lot of good work. Couple things I do want to point out, though. May 2nd, we have a pre-meeting scheduled at 5:15, if you'll note that, please. The only reason we've got that is because we're worried about these elements to be covered, and we do need some direction, particularly if some of this has budgetary implications. And I'm not sure they will, but the timing is really important for us. If it's okay with you, though, we do need to meet early for pre-meeting.
While we're on agenda, Fleur, we need an executive session for next week. Thank you, personnel, thank you.
I'm not gonna be here next week.
Neither will neither will Amber,
And I won't be either.
and you won't be.
Yeah. I have to go.
Kathy will be back. 1, 2, 3, 4. We will have a quorum of 5. No? Yeah.
I was answering Jenna's question.
Oh, 5's a quorum.
Was zooming in, yes.
As long as everyone shows up.
Well, will you be Skyping in or you're just out?
I'm gone.
You're gone. How about you? You're gone. How about you?
I'm out of town for work, yeah.
So no
I'm at a
Skype.
conference.
Okay, so we will have 5 people on the dais and
6 if Steve's here.
Steve will be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we will have 6. So we will need a majority if there's anything that looks like it may be pressing, we may have to move it. All right, Carter, so we better look at that.
Fair point, absolutely. Fair point.
Should have a quorum, but I do
We
know
will have a quorum,
I know we adjusted our.
But if it's anything that's, like if it was our anti-discrimination ordinance, we are not voting on that with 6 people. So, I know we have that alcohol ordinance coming up and there's only 6 of us. So,
Yeah.
but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, it should be fine, so. Amber doesn't partake in that anyway, so.
You won't miss me, James.
Oh, she partakes in alcohol, it's not that discussion. Wait a minute.
Okay, now.
Okay. Anything else on agenda?
Just a couple real quick points about the budget meetings. If you'll notice, the 23rd and 24th, we're planning, those are back-to-back nights. The 23rd will be a heavy lift. That'll be where we deliver the entire budget and have those lengthy discussions.
Is that a Monday night?
That is a Monday night,
Okay.
yeah. Tuesday night, however, is your traditional date for a work session. We're hoping to use the 24th for, to have it backwards, Tuesday. I'm sorry.
The 23rd
The 23rd is a Tuesday.
Is a Tuesday.
The 24th is a Wednesday.
Okay.
I got it backwards.
And if needed, will you go the 25th?
Well, we weren't anticipating the 25th, but.
I'm just saying if we needed it. we could.
Potentially, yeah. But the 24th, you'll notice, however, there are a number of items that we're gonna need sort of final clarification on, follow-up items, because they will indeed have impacts to the budget depending on how you decide.
Okay, all right.
So, that may grow, that list, but nonetheless, that's what we're
And
looking at.
it would behoove, if you are gonna be gone during those budget meetings, that you find a way to Skype in, because we really need full participation when it comes to our budgets.
And then, of course, my final plea is to look at the back page, help us know if there are items that need to be included, that we may have missed, or what. This is where we'll put the debrief of the, thank you.
The applications.
Yes.
I have one question on agenda review.
Well, by all means.
Carter, on May 24th, I see the MRG request part 2 discussion.
Right.
I feel like we left that last one like a little bit open-ended as to what further information we were looking for, so I'm wondering if we could define that ask so we're sure to get all of the information that we need. I feel like I was looking for some definition about how the MRG is calculated.
Sure.
I was looking for like some sort of even like projected pro forma about economic impact if we lose the flight, if we keep the flight, et cetera. Basic numbers about how many people are using that flight. Just some, I think some definition around the scope and like what the impact is versus the commitment required and some of those questions. So I don't know if there were other ones that came up in that meeting, but it seemed like there were quite a few lingering questions that we were hoping for follow-up on. So I just wanna make sure that that is available to us before that discussion, so we don't have to have a part 3.
Well, 2 points to make with you on the MRG. One is Leo Juarez, who is the mayor of Mills, has intricate knowledge of this MRG. She used to run Allegiant, and then she worked for SkyWest, and she met with Ray and I and shared some stuff with us. She is willing to talk with each of you. I would reach out to her if you truly want some insightful information concerning that MRG, she's the girl to talk to. She's got a lot of information and it's good information. Secondly, just FYI, when they gave us their what do you call it? Their ratings of how much money they were needing each month, and you notice they had good months and bad months. Well, the worst month they had on that sheet they gave us was $91,000. That was the worst month they ever had. And after their first quarter, they just put in a voucher for $441,000 to the county. So I don't know how you go from 91, your worst in all those years, to 441 in 3 months, but that's where they're at. So this is, I'm telling you, this is not a fix. This is just this is gonna be a perpetuity type of thing. So I would urge you to reach out to Leah and get some information. She'd be happy to talk to you. Just tell her why you're calling. Anything else, partner?
No, I got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
legislative
Thank you.
review.
We'll pass.
Okay, council around the table, Mr. Bond. Nothing tonight? Randy?
I'm gonna leave it, we've been here a minute.
Okay, Amber? Okay, Lisa?
Oh, I got something.
Well, that's fine. Kyle, Will, you're fine.
So I'm gonna just kind of skip over the boards and stuff. You can do visit Casper if you want to. The one thing that I did want to kind of mention up, and I had sent an email over to Carter, was that I have a company that's moving into Casper, and they're opening up a vape shop. And so they wanted to get the application for a permit for the city. The city does not issue permits for businesses. It's only for tattoo shops and massage parlors, or therapists or whatever. And so it's, which kind of just floored me because I have to pay yearly for Mills and I pay for Douglas, and it's just like it's a standard. And so it kind of floored me that the city of Casper, and then when I spoke with Carla, she had explained that she actually even has to write a letter to a lot of businesses because it's so odd to say that we really just don't, because for insurance purposes, it's expected to have a permit. And so I think that that's something that we should consider. We don't have a clue of what businesses that we have in this city. And so we have no statistical data on the businesses, what's here, what's not here, or anything of that nature. And so, and I'm not proposing a huge amount, it's basically just to kind of have an idea of what businesses that Casper has and who's running them and things of that nature. And so I think that that's something we should put on a work session and talk about that further. If you guys agree.
My only thought, and since you're asking if we agree, is we already have enough government overreach in our lives, and who owns and operates a business is no business of anybody else's, in my opinion. And so I would struggle with wanting to put more government oversight on any business. But that's just me. I think if you want to know what businesses we have, you can contact Visit Casper, Advance Casper, and, you know, and I understand what you're saying, Lisa. I don't like the idea of more government oversight. If I own a business, it's none of your business what I own, how much money I make, who works for me.
It's a normal operating procedure for most towns and cities to have some kind of a small permit to operate
Is that true?
business.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, business licenses are a very common feature in a city. And even in Wyoming, we would be kind of in the minority, I think.
Okay, well, good to know. So if you don't mind, we'll get it on a work session, we'll hash it out and see what the council would like to do. Is that fair? Okay. Yes, anything else, Lisa? Okay, Jenna?
Well, the only thing that's coming up that warrants anything is National Travel and Tourism Week is coming up, so just lots of activities through Visit Casper that they have going on, so just look at their calendar, and then we have a open house at the Trail Center as well for travel.
Thank you. Mr. Gamroth?
Thanks, Bruce.
Sure.
I totally agree. I like data anyway, so based on your comments of us being in the minority, I'm looking forward to that discussion. But I'd be curious if the Secretary of State would also have a lot of that information. I know from the Small Business Association, I have generated reports of every business in every industry. I can get their operating revenue, how much they're supposed to set aside for IT, I imagine that information's out there, so. But it sounds like there's maybe other reasons to explore that. Had a WHAM board retreat in Pinedale Thursday and Friday of last week. I'd actually never been to Pinedale. It's a very beautiful city.
Did you see a moose?
Did not see a moose except a wooden one outside the Chinese restaurant. So it's got a very frontier feel. I like it, man. Chinese restaurant's made of logs and has a moose out front, so I love it.
Sweet.
Yeah, it was fun. We talked about a lot of stuff, upgrading the website, enhancing their social media presence, providing more in the way of financial training and technical assistance to the members of the association, getting to 100% participation. The only outlier is Rock Springs, and so the fact that I think we have 100 towns and 99 of them are part of the association is very strange in a good way. We have almost 100% membership across the state, increasing the quality of their programming. They're able to do that in part. Their most recent convention wasn't at Little America, which I like that location, but they did save $30,000 not having it there, and so they're able to put that money towards better programming, getting in better quality speakers and stuff. Also getting more local officials into legislature. We talked about this fact that not many people in the legislature have served at a local city and county level, and so it would be helpful to have more of that perspective in the legislature. So talked about a lot of stuff there as far as strategic planning goes. Had an old Yellowstone district meeting yesterday. We met at the DDA office and continued to explore ways for those two entities to work closer together. We got calendars of events from Kevin at the DDA and also Pete at Gaslight so that members could identify what events were going on throughout the year, opportunities to help volunteer, like Old Yellowstone District, they do a ton of volunteering as far as refreshing the flower planters, hanging up Christmas lights, a lot of stuff downtown, work that goes unnoticed or unrecognized. Also serving alcohol at events at David Street, that's all volunteer. Michael, Jeffree Star's partner, updated us on the status of their project. I know a lot of people are very curious about when they're gonna open. It's still looking like about 4 to 6 weeks out for them. They did just replace their asbestos-lined windows, so if you drive by, you'll notice all the windows are replaced. We talked about replacing the street banners downtown, emphasizing historical properties in the area. Historic Preservation Commission talked about recognizing Sherry's Place. It's been 100 years since that building was built, and I believe we're recognizing them in the council chambers here in a couple weeks for that same thing. And that's all I got. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. Lisa, you had something else?
Yeah, real quick, is it possible to maybe just postpone our vote for the liquor ordinance? And so that everybody is here since we're missing so many people?
Huh?
We could take a vote to do that in the meeting.
We'd have to, it would be up to the 6 people that'll be here to decide if they want to do that or not.
We could, Mr. Mayor, certainly, if council were interested, prepare that as an option in the script that evening, in the event that you wanted to table that particular reading until a future date certain, if that pleases the council.
I'll take the temperature of the council because to be 100% honest with you, yours and Ray's votes cancel out, so, and she doesn't vote in it, so it really isn't gonna make a difference.
Well, and he hasn't been here for all of it.
Well, he'll definitely have time to catch up. He'll be home Friday. So I guess we'll decide that night where we want to go with it, and I think that's the fair way to do it. Like I said, your votes are going to cancel each other, so it's really not going to make any difference, truly. So.
Would you like the script prepared either way? Would that
Sure.
help? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do whatever the council wants to do. I'm certainly fine with that. Absolutely. Ray, do you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Hey, I just have a couple things. First off, Johnstone Supply is a new HVAC supply company that has brought their business into Casper. They do about $25 million a year. They sell air conditioners, heaters, ducting. They supply the companies that do that in Casper. They are having their grand opening on May 4th at their new place of business, which is the old Lariat Trucking building on East Yellowstone, right next to Pacific Power. It's a free event. They're bringing in Blackhawk, which is a 2000 supergroup with several number ones, to put on a show. Blacktooth Brewery will be there. I think they're going to have some food trucks. It's going to be quite a good time. They would love it if the council would be in attendance,
What's the date?
May 4th
Same day as mine.
at 6 PM, and it is free. But they did invite the entire council, and I know Carter and I will be there for the ribbon cutting, or I'll be there for the ribbon cutting at noon, and then their show starts at 6. I wanted to address, this morning I went to Roosevelt High School, I believe it's called. Is that our alternative high school? And I went with an invitation from their teacher, Mr. Corley. They had a statewide competition for their welding and their building, and it was incredible. And I don't know if you guys have seen that high school and the tech center that's in there. It is unbelievable. And the buy-in from the community. The school district bought them a $200,000 trailer, but wouldn't give them a truck to pull it with. So all the businesses in town bought a beautiful dually pickup to pull this trailer with, so these kids can go out. But they were competing in building, welding. I mean, it was amazing. And kids from all over the state were here. Just a great program, and all donated volunteers and products. It was amazing. So that was fun to see. Arbor Day, I'm giving an Arbor Day proclamation on Friday at Mary Kreiner Park, I believe, for Arbor Day. Marion Kreiner, yep. And lastly, I'm going to address the wellness clinic. There's been some controversy over some comments I made. I want you to understand that as mayor, I fully am invested in this position. I work extremely hard to do the right thing when I'm in this seat, when I'm wearing this hat. I vote accordingly. I do everything to my duties as well as I can. With that said, I am also a human being who has a private life, just like Ray mentioned earlier, and I'm entitled to my own opinion. I understand that it may not align with yours, and I was very clear that my opinions on that were not based on the city of Casper, the mayor's office, or this council. So if you've received any negative emails for it, I apologize to you for that. However, I've received probably 100 good ones to the 10 bad I've got. So, and that doesn't matter. It's not a popularity contest. It's an opinion I have as a private human being. And so I'm not going to apologize for it. I will tell you that there are going to be oftentimes that we sit together in a room and we don't see things the same, but we are respectful. I will tell you social media is not respectful, never has been. So it's a little disheartening to me the way things can roll around here. But nonetheless, I hope it didn't negatively impact you in any way. It shouldn't, because it had nothing to do with you. So with that said, we'll close this meeting. We'll see you next Tuesday for our regularly scheduled city council meeting. Thank you very much for your hard work tonight, by the way. Wonderful job.
Have you learned?
Great discussions.